Some places challenge everything we think we know about history. Giant stone blocks, resting where no ancient machinery should have been able to lift them. Submerged structures shaped too precisely to be natural. Forgotten scripts that no one has ever decoded. These aren't the inventions of fantasy, they're real, excavated, documented, and still unexplained. All across the world, traces of lost knowledge keep resurfacing. Civilizations that vanished without a trace. Artifacts that predate our understanding of who built what and when. Mysteries that don't offer answers, only deeper questions. Who carved them? Why were they hidden? And how did ancient people create such astonishing works without the tools we rely on today? In this long and gentle journey, we'll explore archaeological puzzles that defy logic. Some are buried beneath jungle and sand. Others rest in plain sight, misunderstood for centuries. So whether you're here to wonder, to learn, or simply to drift off as the past unfolds slowly around you, this video is for you. These are the archaeological mysteries science can't explain. Quiet your thoughts, relax your body, and let the ancient world guide you into stillness. Let's begin. Beneath the gentle tides of the East China Sea, not far from the southern shores of Japan's Yonaguni Island, lies something ancient, enigmatic, and unsettlingly precise. A massive formation of stone terraces, steps, flat platforms, and sharply angled edges rest quietly under the surface, shrouded in silence and salt. For decades, divers and scientists alike have peered into its submerged corridors, running their fingers across the straight lines and symmetrical corners that don't seem like nature's work. And yet no one can say for certain what the Yonaguni monument truly is. Discovered in the year 1986, this submerged formation instantly sparked fascination. A local diver named Kihachiro Aratake was scanning the seabed for interesting dive spots when he stumbled across what looked like a man-made staircase etched into rock, hidden just beneath the waves. The clarity of the shapes, the geometry of the lines, and the overall size of the structure left him speechless. It did not look like any coral reef or sedimentary buildup he had ever seen before. What he found instead looked like a temple. The site rests roughly 25 meters below the surface, its stonework sprawling across 100 meters in length and nearly half that in width. The structure contains flat terraces that stack like steps, each one meticulously even, separated by sharp 90-degree angles and rising vertical walls. There are what appear to be gates, wide courtyards, and something resembling a grand staircase. When viewed from above, it is difficult not to see a resemblance to the ruins of ancient ziggurats or Mesoamerican pyramids, except this lies beneath the sea, carved into the bedrock of the ocean floor. The controversy surrounding the Yonaguni monument stems not from its presence, but from its origin. Is it an astonishingly symmetrical natural rock formation shaped by millennia of erosion and tectonic forces? Or is it evidence of a sunken structure, possibly the remnant of an ancient forgotten civilization, washed away by rising seas long before recorded history? Supporters of the man-made theory point to several anomalies. For one, many of the terraces show signs of being flattened and smoothed with what appear to be intentional grooves. Straight lines stretch for meters at a time without deviation, a difficult feat for purely natural erosion. There are right-angled channels and what some divers describe as doorways. Others claim to have found stone tools and carvings nearby, suggesting human interaction. Even more strangely, divers report patterns of symbols, engraved characters that appear on rocks surrounding the site, some resembling Proto-Japanese script. Marine geologist Masaaki Kimura, a professor at the University of the Ryukyus, has long argued in favor of the monument's artificial nature. After years of surveying the structure, Kimura suggests it may have once stood on dry land before the last ice age ended. He believes the site could be over 10,000 years old, predating not only written history but most known civilizations. If this is true, it would push back the timeline of advanced architecture by several millennia. Kimura even goes as far as mapping out the ruins into specific features, what he calls a castle, a grand staircase, and a possible stadium or ceremonial plaza. Some nearby stones, he notes, look like massive pillars or shrines, placed upright in patterns that suggest intent. The implication is staggering: an entire architectural complex, long forgotten, now consumed by the ocean. But not everyone agrees. Many geologists, including Robert Schoch of Boston University, believe the formation is a quirk of sedimentary layering, shaped by tectonic fracturing and wave erosion. According to this view, sandstone in the region naturally fractures along plains, forming terraces and right angles over time. Underwater currents, earthquakes, and weathering would have carved the monument's striking geometry gradually, without the touch of human hands. Skeptics argue that what appears to be deliberate design could simply be pareidolia, the brain's tendency to perceive patterns where none exist. They point out that nature is capable of extraordinary formations, basalt columns, glacial valleys, and even natural arches that rival the intricacy of ancient temples. Why should Yonaguni be different? Still, the questions persist. If the structure is natural, why does it contain what seem to be stone walkways, archways, and retaining walls? Why do some parts appear to be carved staircases, with uniform steps and balustrades? And what of the mysterious petroglyphs found nearby, carved into upright stones on the shoreline above water level? Some believe that if the monument was once above sea level, it may have belonged to a prehistoric culture now lost to rising seas, perhaps one that predates the Jomon people, who are known to have lived in Japan as early as 14,000 BCE. There is little direct evidence of a sophisticated stone-building civilization at that time, but oral legends from the Ryukyu Islands do speak of ancient kingdoms swallowed by the sea. Could Yonaguni be a remnant of that forgotten world? Others have drawn parallels to Plato's Atlantis, a civilization said to have vanished beneath the waves in a single night of fire and flood. While the connection is more poetic than factual, the imagery is difficult to ignore. An entire city, submerged, left behind in stone, a silent monument to something once grand, now erased by time and tide. Exploring the Yonaguni monument in person is both awe-inspiring and eerie. Divers descend into a world of stone geometry where fish weave through corridors and shafts of sunlight filter down over flat, precise walls. The silence is complete, broken only by the sound of one's own breathing. It feels as though the sea itself guards a memory, one it will not easily give up. Further complicating the mystery is the fact that underwater archaeology presents immense challenges. Currents distort visibility, and preservation becomes nearly impossible. Excavation is slow, expensive, and dangerous. As a result, much of Yonaguni remains unstudied in detail. While occasional expeditions capture new footage or attempt sonar mapping, the monument resists conclusive classification. Over the years, theories have continued to evolve. Some propose that the monument is a combination of both natural and human forces, an ancient outcrop modified by early settlers for ritual or habitation. Others suggest it could have been a quarry site, where blocks were cut and removed, leaving behind telltale steps and ledges. Still, there is no definitive proof of construction, no tools, no bones, no inscriptions that point clearly to its origin. Just stone, just questions. Despite the lack of answers, Yonaguni's pull remains powerful. It invites speculation, imagination, and a quiet sort of reverence. Whether natural or man-made, the structure feels impossibly old. Time has softened its edges, worn down its corners, and blanketed it in algae. But its shape, those sharp lines, those clean angles, remains. What draws people to Yonaguni isn't just the mystery of what it is, but what it represents, the possibility that our understanding of human history is incomplete. That somewhere deep beneath the sea, the story of civilization may stretch back further than we dare believe. That perhaps not all ruins lie in deserts or forests or mountaintops. Some slumber underwater, dreaming in silence, waiting for us to remember. Let's continue. In the heart of Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates rivers once cradled the earliest cities of humankind, a small clay jar emerged from the earth, quietly, without fanfare, only to stir a debate that has lasted for nearly a century. This jar, along with a handful of others like it, would come to be known not for its aesthetic beauty, nor for any grand inscription or royal seal, but for the strange objects housed within: copper, iron, and the possibility of electricity. The year was 1938. In the dusty suburbs of modern-day Baghdad, near the village of Kuyut Rabua, a German archaeologist named Wilhelm Koenig made a discovery that defied easy explanation. While cataloguing artifacts in the basement of the National Museum of Iraq, he stumbled upon a collection of ceramic jars, each around 5 inches tall, capped with stoppers made of asphalt, and containing a tightly rolled sheet of copper. Inside the copper cylinder was an iron rod, corroded but still clearly visible. Something about the configuration felt deliberate, methodical, even to Koenig's trained eye. This was not a simple vessel. The components inside, though primitive in appearance, bore a resemblance to the inner workings of a galvanic cell, a battery. A few years later, in the early 1940s, he published a paper proposing that the jars might have once been used to generate electricity. The idea, radical at the time, would soon ignite one of the most enduring controversies in archaeological science. The so-called Baghdad battery challenged what many believed to be the boundaries of ancient technological knowledge. If Carnac was right, then ancient peoples living in Parthian or Sassanid Mesopotamia, somewhere between 200 BCE and 200 CE, had access to electricity nearly 2,000 years before it was formally documented by modern science. That suggestion, as captivating as it was, drew immediate skepticism, but the physical evidence could not be ignored. Each jar followed the same pattern: a rough ceramic vessel with a tapered base, filled with an iron rod nestled inside a copper tube. The copper cylinder appeared to have been sealed with asphalt, possibly to keep its contents stable. The iron rod, also fixed in place with bitumen, showed signs of corrosion consistent with exposure to an acidic liquid. Some researchers speculated that if the jars were filled with a solution like vinegar, lemon juice, or fermented grape juice, they could have produced a weak electric current, a discovery that would push back the timeline of human understanding in the realm of electrochemistry by nearly 2 millennia. To test the theory, researchers in the late 20th century recreated the jars using period-appropriate materials and filled them with various acidic solutions. The results were consistent. Each replica produced a voltage between 0.5 volt and 2 volts, not enough to power a modern device, certainly, but enough to suggest functionality, enough to raise questions. But what would ancient peoples have used such batteries for? The answers, as always, are speculative. One theory posits that the devices may have been used for electroplating, coating a metal object with a thin layer of another metal, such as gold or silver. If true, this would suggest not only a basic grasp of electrochemical principles, but also an application in decorative arts or metallurgy. Though no electroplated artifacts from that period have been definitively linked to the use of these jars, the possibility remains open. Another theory suggests the batteries had a ritualistic or medicinal purpose. The slight tingling sensation caused by an electrical current passing through the skin might have been interpreted as divine or healing. In a world where mysticism and medicine often walked hand in hand, a device that could produce an invisible force might have been viewed not as a tool of science, but as a bridge to the sacred. And then there are those who argue that the jars were never batteries at all. Some archaeologists contend that the Baghdad battery was nothing more than a common storage vessel, perhaps used to house scrolls, sacred texts, or ritual offerings. The presence of copper and iron may have had symbolic rather than practical significance. Others point out that similar jars from the same region lack the electrical components entirely, and that the interpretation of the object as a battery is built on fragile ground. The skepticism is not unwarranted. After all, the leap from vessel to voltage is a dramatic one. Electricity, as a concept, requires not only an understanding of materials, but a framework for experimentation, a foundation that leaves no trace in the written records of the time. No scrolls describe the process, no diagrams illustrate circuits, no inscriptions record the glowing awe of an early electric light, and yet the jar remains. Its pieces are simple, almost mundane: clay, copper, iron, and pitch. But their arrangement invites questions, and in the absence of answers, imagination steps in. Could a craftsman in ancient Mesopotamia, experimenting with materials as they might with fire or metal, have stumbled upon a trick of chemistry? Could a tinkerer, centuries before Volta or Galvani, have harnessed a spark without knowing its name? The Baghdad battery lives at the crossroads of speculation and possibility. It sits among a growing list of ancient anomalies that challenge the neatness of our historical narratives. The artifact offers no definitive proof of ancient electricity, and yet it continues to unsettle the boundaries of what we thought was possible. Its mystery is not just in what it might have done, but in how it quietly survived the centuries, unnoticed, undeciphered, waiting in silence beneath the sand and stone. Perhaps that is why it lingers in our collective curiosity. It doesn't shout, it whispers. The jar itself is not ornate. It lacks inscriptions. It does not bear the name of a king or the crest of a dynasty, but it has become one of the most widely debated artifacts in modern archaeology, not for what it tells us, but for what it refuses to reveal. Some point to its proximity to Seleucid or Parthian settlements, and note that both cultures blended Greek, Persian, and Mesopotamian influences. A civilization with rich intellectual traditions might have dabbled in proto-scientific experimentation, even if those discoveries were never widely understood or replicated. Others turn to more esoteric explanations. Fringe theorists suggest the batteries could be relics of lost civilizations or evidence of ancient knowledge passed down from unknown sources. Some even weave tales of ancient visitors or hidden knowledge, though such stories drift further into the realm of fiction than fact. The truth, if there is one, may be more modest. The Baghdad battery might represent an isolated moment of discovery, an accidental alignment of materials that worked, but whose significance was never fully realized. A spark, struck once and then forgotten. The jar, now held in a quiet museum case, no longer carries current. Its iron is rusted, its copper is dull, the bitumen has hardened with age, but the questions remain electric. We do not know what hands built it, or what minds puzzled over its function. All we know is that something ancient, fragile, and strangely modern lies in that humble clay vessel. Some mysteries echo not because they are loud, but because they are unresolved. The Baghdad battery hums quietly in the halls of history, its voice low but steady, inviting not belief but consideration. Let's journey onward. Along the banks of the Taunton River, in the quiet town of Berkeley, Massachusetts, a large stone rests, unmoving, silent, and carved with patterns that no one can fully understand. It is not a monument, nor a gravestone, nor a sculpture. It is simply a boulder, hewn not by tools but by time, resting where it has for countless centuries. Yet on its surface, a chaotic web of symbols, lines and markings spreads out like an ancient puzzle etched in stone. This is the Dighton rock, weighing nearly 40 tons and measuring roughly 4 feet high, 5 feet wide, and 11 feet long. The boulder seems unremarkable at first glance, until one draws close. Then faintly, the incisions appear. Geometric shapes, stylized figures, arrows, circles, what some believe are animals or boats. Others see letters, and others still, something far more mysterious. The stone has been a subject of fascination for centuries. The earliest written mention of it dates back to the year 1680, when Reverend John Danforth made a drawing of the inscriptions and sent it to the Royal Society in London. Even then, the mystery had already begun. Danforth described the markings as strange characters, carved into the stone well before any colonists had arrived. He, like many after him, wondered who had created them, and why. Positioned along the river's tidal edge, the rock was once submerged at high tide and exposed only when the waters receded. This location has long been sacred to local Wampanoag peoples, who lived in the region long before the arrival of European settlers. Oral traditions describe the river as a place of life and death, of passage and spirit. Some suggest the markings on the Dighton rock are indigenous in origin, a spiritual language, a record or a message left to those who would come after. Yet over time, the theories multiplied. In the 18th and 19th centuries, as antiquarian curiosity swept across the young United States, the rock became a canvas for speculation. Scholars, poets, and wanderers stood before it, each seeing something different. Some claimed it was Norse in origin, a remnant of Viking explorers who may have reached North America long before Columbus. They pointed to the angular runes, interpreting them as Norse characters or symbols of maritime journeys. It was even suggested that the rock was evidence of Leif Erikson's landing in the New World. Others proposed a Phoenician connection, drawing parallels between the rock's marks and the ancient script of a seafaring people from the Mediterranean. This theory suggested a far-reaching web of ancient trade routes, with Phoenician sailors crossing the Atlantic in search of tin or trade, leaving behind cryptic messages carved in stone. Still others believed the markings came from ancient Portuguese explorers, tying the stone to colonial expeditions that predated formal settlement. Some of the most fantastical theories argued that the rock's markings were the remnants of a lost civilization entirely, Atlantis, Mu, or another vanished world. In these interpretations, the symbols became sacred messages, universal scripts meant to be understood by the wise, a puzzle not for one culture, but for all of humanity. But these ideas, though compelling, remain without consensus. What makes the Dighton rock so elusive is the ambiguity of its symbols. Unlike inscriptions found on temple walls or ancient scrolls, the carvings here resist pattern. Some are straight and deliberate, while others are curved, chaotic, or deeply weathered. Time and tide have worn the rock, eroding the edges of the carvings and making definitive interpretation nearly impossible. What might once have been clear now lies softened, like whispers passed down for generations, losing clarity with each retelling. In the 19th century, the mystery deepened further when scholars attempted to trace the carvings to written alphabets. Harvard professor and noted antiquarian Ephraim Peabody wrote that the markings bore no resemblance to Indian hieroglyphs, while others firmly believed them to be Native American. One scholar named Edmund Delabarre became especially obsessed. In the early 1900s, he declared that he had deciphered the inscriptions and that they commemorated the voyage of Miguel Corte-Real, a Portuguese explorer who disappeared in the early 16th century. According to Delabarre, the carvings even included the date of 1515 and the phrase Miguel Corte-Real, by the will of God, leader of the Indians. This interpretation stirred excitement, but also skepticism. The evidence was thin, and the carvings were open to too many interpretations. Delabarre's theory was built more on faith and creative reading than linguistic certainty. Critics noted that his translation was more suggestion than science, seeing words where there were only scratches, filling in letters where erosion had erased the lines. And yet the debate endured. Each new theory added another layer to the mystery. No single explanation ever seemed complete, and no scholarly consensus was reached. Instead, the Dighton rock became a mirror, reflecting the hopes, beliefs, and biases of those who approached it. Eventually, to protect it from the river's erosive force and the hands of the curious, the stone was moved. In the year 1952, the boulder was removed from its riverbed and placed within a small stone museum, now known as Dighton Rock State Park. Behind glass and sheltered from the elements, it now rests beneath soft lighting, quiet and unchanged, still etched with its cryptic designs. Visitors who stand before it often fall into silence. The air inside the small museum is still, the walls echoing only the quiet steps of those who have come to see what time has left behind. Some linger for hours, tracing the lines with their eyes, hoping to see what others have missed. But the markings do not yield their meaning easily. For some, the rock is a symbol of forgotten history, a tangible reminder that the past is not always a closed book. For others, it is simply a curiosity, a beautiful artifact made all the more special by its uncertainty. And for many, especially those from the Wampanoag community, it is a sacred site, one that holds meaning far beyond the reach of modern interpretation. The carvings themselves span the entire visible surface of the rock. There are figures that resemble humans, stick-like with raised arms or outstretched limbs. There are shapes that suggest animals or perhaps symbolic spirits. Arrows point in various directions. There are curves and zigzags, stars and circles, patterns that repeat and patterns that vanish mid-line. Some carvings appear deeper, newer, likely added after contact. Others are so worn that they fade into the natural roughness of the stone, visible only in the right light, from the right angle. Whether the inscriptions are the work of ancient mariners, local tribes, or something older still, the Dighton rock remains deliberately vague. Its symbols speak, but their language is lost. What was once purposeful now feels abstract, perhaps timeless, and perhaps that is why the mystery has endured. In an age where so many questions have answers, where so many secrets have been laid bare, the Dighton rock remains unmoved, not just physically, but metaphorically. It resists resolution. It refuses to be categorized. It does not offer clarity. Instead, it offers quiet. A stillness, a riddle with no punchline, a message with no sender. There's a kind of comfort in that. A reminder that not everything in the world must be understood to be respected, that some stones are better left unexplained, their mysteries left intact, humming gently in the background of human curiosity. Let's drift forward. In the dusty, sun-bleached highlands of Jordan, far from the crowded streets of Amman and the tourist trails of Petra, a line of ancient stones stretches quietly across the desert. It weaves through sand and scrub, winds across barren plateaus, and sometimes disappears beneath the soil, only to reappear miles later, unchanged, silent, and unmoving. This is the Khatt Shebib, known to some as Jordan's mysterious wall. It runs for approximately 93 miles, cutting through the landscape from the southwestern edge of the Azraq Basin toward the rugged basalt fields in the northeast. Built from local stone, mostly uncut and loosely stacked, the wall is remarkably low, rarely more than 3 feet high and just under 2 feet wide. Too short to defend, too narrow to carry goods, too fragmented to mark a clean border, and yet it was built with intention. Someone, long ago, walked this land and laid these stones in place, one after another, with care. The Khatt Shebib was first recorded in the year 1948 by Sir Alec Kirkbride, a British diplomat serving as the representative to the Emirate of Transjordan. As he flew over the area in a small plane, he noticed a dark line trailing across the earth below. Intrigued, he followed it for miles and later described it as a low stone wall, unknown in origin or function. At the time, very little attention was given to the structure. It appeared too modest to warrant study, just a faint scratch across the earth. But over time, satellite images and aerial surveys revealed the wall's astonishing length and complexity. It is not a single continuous structure, but rather a series of segments, sometimes unbroken for miles, other times scattered and broken by hills or wadis. Yet its direction remains largely consistent, suggesting a common origin or guiding plan. Along its course, archaeologists have documented over 100 small stone structures flanking the wall, semicircular enclosures, or short side walls that seem to serve no obvious purpose. And still, no one knows why it was built. The wall itself is unmarked. There are no inscriptions, no carvings, no signs of construction techniques beyond the careful placement of stones. The type of stone varies depending on the terrain. Limestone in some stretches, basalt in others, but always local. The builders used what was around them. They shaped no bricks. They mortared nothing together. The wall is held only by gravity and time. Dating the Khatt Shebib has proven difficult. Without organic material to carbon date, archaeologists must rely on circumstantial evidence, pottery shards, tool fragments, and nearby ruins. Some experts suggest the wall dates back as far as the Nabatean period, around the 4th century BCE. Others believe it could be even older, possibly constructed in the Iron Age, or added to across multiple generations. Yet no definitive timeline has emerged. The stones remain mute. As for its purpose, theories abound. One of the more common suggestions is that the wall served as a boundary, perhaps not between nations, but between tribal territories or seasonal grazing lands. It may have demarcated space for nomadic herders, signaling where one group's domain ended and another's began. The height of the wall, though low, would have been enough to mark such a boundary visually, especially in the open landscape, where even slight elevation draws the eye. Others propose a more practical explanation. The wall could have served as a means of controlling the movement of animals, not a barrier in the modern sense, but a guide, a shepherd's tool, used to channel herds across open land. The small side enclosures along the wall might have served as pens, temporary shelters, or storage areas for water or supplies. Yet another possibility is that the wall held symbolic or ritual significance. In ancient cultures, walls were not always meant to keep things out. They were sometimes built to define sacred space. A line drawn across the land, not for defense, but for meaning. Perhaps the Khatt Shebib marked a pilgrimage route, a ceremonial path, or even the border of a forgotten sanctuary. Some have compared it to the desert kites found throughout the Middle East, large stone structures believed to have been used for hunting, funneling animals toward traps or enclosures. But the Khatt Shebib is too linear for that. It stretches too far, too consistently, and its construction suggests something more enduring than a temporary game drive. Then there are those who believe the wall may have been part of a broader system, a network of pathways, territorial lines, and seasonal markers. The people who built it may have lived lightly on the land, leaving few permanent settlements. Their legacy may have been oral, their history unrecorded, their knowledge lost to time. If so, the wall is not a monument to conquest or kingship. It is a trace, a memory pressed into the earth. And still, the mystery deepens. Despite decades of study, no tools have been found along the wall's course. No bones, no weapons, no ruins that clearly relate to the wall's construction. It is a structure built with intent, but without context. A line that begins and ends without a clear reason. across a landscape that has long since changed. Even its name is enigmatic. Khatt means line in Arabic, and Shebib is thought to refer to a man, possibly a local leader or elder, though no historical figure has been definitively linked to the wall. Some traditions speak of a man who built the wall to keep his livestock within bounds, or to separate his lands from those of a rival tribe. These stories, passed down through generations, offer tantalizing hints but no firm answers. What remains is the wall itself, weathered, crumbling in places, steady in others. It runs across open plains and disappears into rocky hillsides, weaving through Jordan's forgotten corners, like a message half erased. To walk alongside it is to feel the weight of time without the bird. The wind kicks up dust, the sun blazes, and the stones remain. In recent years, efforts have been made to preserve what is left of the Khatt Shebib. Archaeologists continue to map it, documenting each segment, each enclosure, each deviation in direction. Drones and satellite imagery have helped trace its path with greater clarity, revealing how far it truly extends and how complex its design may be. But the deeper truth still escapes us. We do not know the name of its builder. We do not know what hands shaped the first row of stones, or why they chose to place them here, in this particular stretch of desert. We do not know if the wall once connected to something greater, or if it was always meant to be isolated, an enduring scar on a landscape shaped by silence. Perhaps that is why the Khatt Shebib continues to fascinate. It is not grand in scale, like the Great Wall of China. It does not guard a tomb or point to the stars. It does not speak in the language of pharaohs or kings, but it speaks all the same, in its patience, in its persistence, in the way it stretches endlessly across the earth, asking no permission and giving no explanation. It waits quietly, under the desert sun. It does not beg to be solved. It simply is. Let's wander further. Scattered across the arid plains and windswept basalt fields of Jordan lie a series of enigmatic shapes, simple in form, yet haunting in their silence. They are known as the Big Circles, not towers, not tombs, just circles. Massive rings of stone, laid flat upon the earth, stretching as much as 400 meters across in flawless symmetry. They do not rise like monuments, nor speak through inscriptions. Instead, they rest just high enough to be seen, just old enough to remain unexplained. From the air, they resemble crop circles, though they predate such notions by nearly 2,000 years. Aerial surveys and satellite imagery have identified at least 8 well-preserved circles in western Jordan, with others partially eroded or buried by centuries of shifting sands. Their walls are low, less than a meter in height, and consistently narrow. There are no apparent entrances, no roads lead in or out, no mounds or markers at their center, just a single perfect loop of stone. Their simplicity is deceptive. The precision of the circles suggests deliberate design, not random piling. Their diameters are nearly uniform, varying only slightly from one to the next. Even modern tools would struggle to create such symmetry across open, uneven terrain. And yet someone did long ago, with no machinery, no written plans, no trace of motive. The Big Circles first came to scholarly attention in the mid-20th century, though local Bedouin communities had long known of them. In the 1950s, British explorer Sir Gerald Harding documented several of the formations, noting their regularity and puzzling layout. But it wasn't until the advent of high-resolution aerial photography in the 21st century that their full number and distribution became clear. What had once looked like unremarkable stone alignments from the ground now revealed themselves to be vast, sprawling circles, some lying in clusters, others isolated against the desert's expanse. Archaeologists believe the circles are at least 2,000 years old, possibly dating back to the Roman or Nabatean period. Others suggest they may be even older, perhaps constructed during the early Bronze Age. Their age is inferred from surrounding sites, settlements, pottery shards, and burial grounds. But the circles themselves offer no clues, no inscriptions, no artifacts, nothing left within their walls, only stone. Their location adds to the puzzle. Most of the Big Circles lie along the ancient trade routes that once threaded through Jordan, from the fertile Jordan Valley in the west to the basalt deserts of the east. These routes connected caravans moving between Arabia, Egypt, and the Levant, passing through cities like Petra and Jerash. Yet the circles do not appear to have served practical purposes. They are not corrals, they are not fortresses, they are not aligned with celestial bodies. Their low height makes them unsuitable for defense, and their closed shape without gates or breaches suggests they were not meant for movement or containment. So why build them? One of the most compelling theories is that they marked territory, not in a military sense, but as symbols, statements etched into the land. A circle is a powerful symbol, one without beginning or end. It could have signified unity, completeness, or the cyclical nature of life. Perhaps these massive rings were intended as messages, not to those within the culture, but to outsiders passing through. Here we are, they might have said. This is our space. Others propose that the circles served a ritual function. They may have been ceremonial enclosures, places of gathering, reverence or memory. Their symmetry and isolation lend them a quiet, almost sacred feeling. Standing within one, surrounded by the emptiness of the desert and the soft wind threading through the rocks, one can imagine voices rising in song, prayers offered to the sky, footsteps circling the inner rim in procession. But these are only impressions. The lack of artifacts makes conclusions slippery. If they were used for ritual, the rituals left no trace. If they were symbolic, the meaning has long been forgotten. There is also the question of construction. The circles are large, not merely in circumference, but in logistics. To build them would have required planning, coordination, and effort. Stones had to be gathered and transported, leveled and stacked. Even at their modest height, constructing a circle hundreds of meters wide would have taken dozens of workers and a clear sense of geometry. This suggests a society capable of complex organization, even if it left behind no cities or monuments to record its name. Some researchers have suggested a more mundane explanation. Perhaps the circles were used as agricultural markers, low boundary walls for fields or orchards. But this theory falters under scrutiny. The land within the circles is no more fertile than the land outside them. There is no sign of irrigation or planting, and the lack of entrances complicates the idea of regular use. The walls would have needed to be crossed repeatedly to tend crops or manage animals, something difficult and inefficient if the circles were truly closed. Others have floated the idea of astronomical alignments. Perhaps the circles mark solar or lunar positions, akin to ancient observatories. But unlike Stonehenge or the pyramids, the big circles lack prominent features that align with solstices or cardinal points. Their orientation is varied, and their construction does not favor altitude or open sky. In truth, the big circles remain stubbornly ambiguous. They resist categorization, they defy utility, they ask questions and answer none. Their isolation too is part of the enigma. In many cases, the circles are miles from the nearest ancient settlement. Why build something so large, so deliberate, in a place so empty? Was it meant to be seen from afar? Was the act of building it more important than what it was used for? Could it be that the circles themselves were never meant to serve a purpose, but to embody one? It is possible that the circles are all that remain of something larger, something ephemeral, made of wood or cloth or human presence. Perhaps they were once filled with tents, with people, with stories. What we see now may be only the foundation, the memory of what once stood above. And so they remain, scattered across the land like echoes. They do not tower, they do not call attention to themselves. They are easy to miss from the ground, hidden beneath centuries of dust and time. But from the sky, they speak more clearly, looped shadows cast upon the earth, telling a story with no clear ending. Efforts to study the big circles continue, but progress is slow. The harsh climate, the remoteness of the sites, and the fragility of the structures all present challenges. Excavations yield little. The stones, unmarked and weathered, offer no clues to their origin, and yet they are there, dozens of them, each circle placed with care, each one a mystery. Perhaps what draws us to the big circles is their refusal to fit our expectations. We look for purpose, for utility, for narrative, but the circles give us none. They are not grand enough to be monuments, not useful enough to be tools, not expressive enough to be art. They are only form, pure and complete, and in that perhaps lies their meaning. In a world where everything must be explained, must be solved, the big circles remind us that some things are not puzzles, they are presence, they are silence, they are time made visible. So if you ever find yourself in the high deserts of Jordan, among the wind-worn rocks and the whispering brush, and you see a perfect circle stretching across the earth, stop for a moment, step inside, walk slowly, listen. There may be no voice, but there is still something there, patient, enduring and unseen. Let's continue wandering. In the misty highlands of northern Laos, where the green hills roll quietly beneath the ever-humming sky, there is a strange and ancient sight. Scattered across the land like forgotten offerings, lie thousands of massive stone vessels, silent, weathered, and eerily out of place. They rise from the earth as though planted there, each one carved from solid rock, each one hollowed and standing open to the sky. Some tilt slightly, as if listening to a story only the wind can tell. Others lie cracked, fallen, or moss-covered, cradled by time. This is the Plain of Jars. Located primarily in the Asiang Kuang Plateau, this mysterious expanse stretches across hundreds of square kilometers and contains over 90 individual jar sites. At the heart of it all is Site 1, just outside the town of Phonsavan, where the jars are most concentrated and most imposing. The largest among them towers nearly 10 feet tall and weighs over 6 tons. Some are round, some oval, some almost square, with rims that hint they may have once been sealed. They are rough, undecorated, and hollowed to form deep cavities. But what they once held remains unknown. The jars have no inscriptions, no symbols, no detailed carvings. Their makers left no written records, no legends carved into the stone, no clear signposts to guide modern interpretation. And yet they are there, thousands of them, spread out in clusters, solitary in fields, perched on hilltops, nestled in quiet forest clearings. They look like urns, but they are far too large. They resemble storage containers, but they are made entirely of unmovable rock. For centuries, the people of the region have passed down stories about them. Some say the jars were created by giants, great beings who roamed the land in ancient times and used the stone vessels to brew rice wine after a victorious battle. Others believe the jars are relics of an ancient funeral rite, created to house the spirits of the dead or to serve as markers for a sacred path to the afterlife. These stories, while poetic, do not explain the jars' staggering number, nor their spread across such a vast and varied terrain. The mystery of their origin stretches back more than 2,000 years. Archaeologists believe the jars were created during the Iron Age, somewhere between 500 BCE and 500 CE. The oldest of them may date to even earlier. But the absence of direct evidence, bones, tools, or written language has made the work of dating and understanding them painstaking and slow. Still, clues have emerged. At several jar sites, archaeologists have uncovered burial goods, including ceramic vessels, bronze jewelry, iron tools, and fragments of human bone. These finds suggest a funerary purpose, that the jars were part of a broader ritual landscape. Perhaps they were used to decompose the dead through exposure, known as secondary burial. The theory goes that bodies were placed inside the jars, left to decompose, and then the remaining bones were buried nearby. At a few sites, burial pits and stone lids have been found, supporting this interpretation. Yet even this theory is not without its gaps. Not all jar sites contain human remains. Many jars stand alone, without any evidence of associated burials. And even those that do offer few details on how the jars themselves were used. Were the dead placed inside the jars directly? Were they used as part of a multi-step ritual? Or were they symbolic, a representation of the body, a vessel for the soul? Then there is the question of craftsmanship. The jars were carved from a variety of materials: limestone, sandstone, granite, and conglomerate, quarried from locations sometimes several miles away. Moving a stone that weighs several tons across rough terrain, without modern tools, would have required enormous labor and ingenuity. And yet the jars are not scattered randomly. They are clustered with care, often positioned with commanding views of the surrounding landscape. Some sit at high elevations, overlooking valleys and rivers. Others are hidden in wooded groves. This pattern suggests intentionality. It suggests a society that understood the land deeply and wanted these jars to speak to it, to be part of it. Still, very little is known about the people who made them. No city ruins have been uncovered nearby. No writing system has been connected to the jars. No tombs of kings or temples of gods have emerged from the plateau. It is as though the jars themselves are all that remains, a durable echo of a vanished culture. In more recent history, the Plain of Jars has seen sorrow and disruption. During the 20th century, especially in the 1960s and 1970s, the region became one of the most heavily bombed places on Earth. As the Vietnam War spilled over into Laos, the United States launched massive aerial campaigns against communist forces operating in the region. Countless bombs fell upon the plateau, some striking near the ancient sites. To this day, unexploded ordnance litters the landscape, making exploration dangerous and preservation difficult. Many jar sites remain inaccessible due to the risk of buried explosives. Archaeologists and demining teams have worked carefully, clearing paths and marking safe zones, but vast portions of the plateau remain silent, not because they are empty, but because they are unsafe to enter. The jars endure, but they are surrounded by reminders of more recent wounds. Despite these challenges, preservation efforts continue. In the year 2019, UNESCO added the Plain of Jars to its list of World Heritage Sites, recognizing its global significance and the urgent need to protect it. With increased international attention has come new research, new funding, and renewed hope that the mystery of the jars may one day be understood. Yet perhaps part of their power lies in the not knowing. Walking among the jars, one feels a sense of stillness, a quiet, heavy presence that lingers in the air. The jars do not seem abandoned, they seem patient. Each one stands as it has for centuries, its mouth open to the sky, collecting rainwater, leaves and time itself. Some have toppled, their sides cracked by earthquakes or centuries of erosion. Others remain upright, as if waiting. The moss creeps along their bases. Insects buzz softly in the grass. Occasionally, a bird lands on the rim of a jar, peering into its hollow like a curious visitor. The wind whistles through the trees, rustling the branches, and for a moment, everything feels as it must have 1,000 years ago. What if the jars were never meant to be solved? What if they were meant to be felt, to be stood beside, walked among, and wondered at? Perhaps they were built not to hold anything, but to mark a presence, to say, we were here, we stood in this place, we saw the sky. Their builders may be gone, their names forgotten, their rituals erased, but their stone creations remain, and in their silence they tell a story, not of answers, but of questions, not of conquest, but of continuity. The Plain of Jars reminds us that history is not always written in books or carved into monuments. Sometimes, it is left in a field, wrapped in mystery, bathed in sunlight and shadow, waiting quietly in the open air. Let's keep moving forward. Hidden among the quiet corners of ancient Roman ruins, nestled beneath soil and time, lie peculiar objects, small, symmetrical, and entirely baffling. They are not made of gold, nor are they inscribed with imperial names. They do not glitter or boast, and yet their presence lingers in the minds of all who encounter them. They are known simply as Roman dodecahedra, dozens of 12-sided bronze or stone objects found scattered across former Roman territories, and still, after centuries of study, no one knows what they were for. Each dodecahedron shares the same basic structure, 12 flat faces, each shaped as a perfect pentagon. Each face bears a circular hole at its center, the size of which varies between sides and between different dodecahedra. The objects typically range from about 4 to 8 centimeters in diameter, small enough to be held comfortably in the hand. At each of the 12 vertices sits a small rounded knob, giving the object an almost alien appearance. They are geometric and deliberate, symmetrical, compact, and strangely modern in their design. But for all their precision, the Roman dodecahedra carry with them no inscriptions, no written explanation, no documented purpose in Roman literature or military records. Not a single surviving Roman text mentions them. They are not found in tombs of emperors. They are not named in inventories of tools. They are in every sense anonymous. Over 100 examples have been found to date, scattered across regions that once formed the outer edges of the Roman Empire, most notably in what is now modern-day France, Germany, Switzerland, Belgium, and the Netherlands. Curiously, they are almost entirely absent from the core Roman territories, Italy, Greece, and North Africa. This geographic pattern has puzzled archaeologists. Why would such a carefully crafted object be so widespread and yet remain unknown to the Roman world at large? The mystery deepens further when one considers where the dodecahedra are typically discovered. They are not found in obvious ceremonial spaces or temples. Many have been unearthed in fields, former military encampments, and rural villas, places far removed from centers of elite culture. And yet, they are never found in large quantities at any one site. Always singular, always alone. The lack of consistency in their placement, combined with the absence of accompanying artifacts, makes context difficult to establish. Without context, speculation thrives. Over the centuries, countless theories have emerged, some grounded in archaeology, others shaped more by imagination. One popular theory suggests that the dodecahedra were tools for surveying or measurement. The varying hole sizes may have allowed users to estimate distances or calculate angles, especially in the field. In this model, a dodecahedron could be held at arm's length, with one eye closed, allowing the viewer to sight an object through opposite holes. If the object fit within the aperture, it might indicate distance or scale. Yet this theory, while clever, faces challenges. No ancient measuring manuals describe such a device. The lack of uniformity in hole size and dodecahedron dimensions across specimens also undermines the idea of standardization, something the Romans, with their famously methodical engineering, prized in all their tools. Others have proposed the dodecahedra as religious or ritual objects. Their geometric symmetry, combined with the mystery of their function, gives them an almost talismanic quality. Perhaps they were used in divination, cast like dice, or used to interpret signs. The 12 sides could correspond to the zodiac, the months of the year, or planetary movements. Their presence on the empire's fringes might suggest they were part of local spiritual practices rather than official Roman cults. Still, no altars have been found with dodecahedra resting on them. No votive inscriptions link them to specific deities. They are too quiet for that, too self-contained. Another theory places them in the realm of the mundane candlestick holders. The circular holes might have once held thin tapers. The object's symmetrical shape and hollow center could have supported a modest flame, but the sizes of the holes vary too widely, and there is no evidence of wax residue on any known specimen. No burn marks, no soot, nothing to suggest fire. Some believe the dodecahedra were children's toys or game pieces. Others say they were decorative finials, meant to be mounted atop staffs or furniture. There are even proposals that they were knitting tools, used to size and shape gloves, with the holes acting as finger guides. In this interpretation, yarn would be threaded through the holes, and the shape would help in shaping garments of different sizes. And yet, this explanation, like the rest, lacks proof. No yarn has been found preserved inside a dodecahedron. No illustrations from antiquity show them being used in textiles. The theory is enticingly plausible, but purely theoretical. Perhaps the most fascinating thing about the Roman dodecahedra is not what they are, but what they are not. They are not mass-produced. They are not standardized. Each one is slightly different in size, material and detail. Some have finely polished edges, others are rough. Some show signs of use, others none at all. They are individual, like fingerprints, suggesting that their value, whatever it was, lay in their uniqueness. Their survival too is remarkable. Small metal objects are often lost to time, melted down, reused or buried and forgotten. That so many dodecahedra have been recovered intact, often in fields or remote sites, hints at something else. They were not discarded lightly. They were not thrown away. They may have been valued, even revered. Whatever their purpose, they were built to last. The question then becomes, did the people who held these objects even think of them as mysterious? Or is the mystery something we impose from our modern distance? Perhaps a Roman farmer or a Gallic artisan once picked one up with a clear idea of what it was. Perhaps it served a role so common, so everyday, that no one thought to write it down. Or perhaps it was always strange, always special, a cultural symbol shared across provinces, passed from hand to hand, known only by those within a particular circle of knowledge, now long lost. In museums today, the dodecahedra sit behind glass, often mislabeled or generically catalogued. Visitors pause before them, leaning closer. Their faces reflect curiosity, confusion, wonder. They ask the same questions that have been asked for centuries. What is it? What was it used for? Who made it? And why? The dodecahedron does not reply. It remains still, balanced, geometrically perfect, designed for hands but never truly held. Do some say the mystery is better than the answer? Does that part of what makes the dodecahedra so compelling is the very fact that we do not know? In a world filled with data and documentation, algorithms and archives, these quiet objects refuse to be explained. They remind us that history is not always linear, that knowledge is not always preserved, that some truths are buried not beneath stone, but within it. And maybe that is their purpose. Not to be used but to be remembered, not to function, but to endure. The Roman dodecahedra speak not with voice or inscription, but with form. They whisper across millennia, through the language of shape, of balance, of intention. They stand as reminders that even the most advanced civilizations leave behind questions, and that sometimes, the quietest artifacts carry the loudest mysteries. Let's keep going. In the gently rolling hills of West Dunbartonshire, just beyond the quiet town of Clydebank in Scotland, something ancient lies nestled beneath layers of earth and grass. It is not a fortress, it is not a standing stone, it does not rise above the land, but instead lies flat, broad and expansive, like a message whispered into the ground. Locals once called it simply the Big Stone or the Marked Rock, but scholars today know it by another name, the Cochno stone. At first glance, the Cochno stone appears to be just another slab of bedrock, weathered and grey, resting in a sleepy field at the edge of a housing estate. But to walk its surface, to trace its curves and hollows, is to step into something far older than the town around it. Carved into its flat expanse are nearly 90 spirals, concentric rings, lines and cup-like depressions, symbols that ripple across its face like frozen waves of thought, left behind by hands that lived 5,000 years ago. Measuring over 40 feet in length and almost 30 feet in width, the Cochno stone is among the largest and most elaborate examples of prehistoric rock art in Europe. Its carvings are known as cup and ring marks, a motif that appears across many parts of prehistoric Europe, but seldom with the density and intricacy found here. Some of the cups are connected by winding grooves, others stand alone, surrounded by single or multiple etched rings. The whole surface seems to hum with quiet geometry, and yet no one knows what it means. The carvings are believed to date to the late Neolithic or early Bronze Age, possibly around 3000 BCE. At that time, the people who lived in the area were just beginning to settle, farm, and form communities. They built burial cairns and standing stones, they marked solstices and followed the rhythms of the stars. But they left no written language, no records, only shapes, only signs. The Cochno stone's markings may seem abstract, but they were etched with care and consistency. Each cup, each groove, each spiral was deliberately carved into the soft sandstone with tools that have long since vanished. The effort required would have been significant. Hours, days, even weeks of labor just to create a single design, yet the entire surface is covered. This was not idle doodling, this was expression with purpose. But what was the purpose? Some researchers believe the symbols may have had religious or ceremonial significance. The spirals and circles could represent cosmic forces, solar movements, lunar cycles, or celestial alignments. The grooves may have channeled rainwater in symbolic ways, perhaps used during rituals or offerings. In this interpretation, the stone becomes a kind of altar, an interface between the human world and something larger. Others propose that the markings are territorial or commemorative. They may have denoted ownership, family lineage, or significant events. Like ancient signatures or maps, they may have told a story meant only for those who understood the language of stone. To outsiders, the meaning is obscured, but to those within the culture, it may have spoken clearly. There is also the astronomical theory. Some suggest the Cochno stone may be a star map, its patterns mirroring the night sky as seen 5,000 years ago. Certain rings and grooves align roughly with solar positions at equinoxes and solstices. If true, the stone could have served as a primitive observatory, a guide for agricultural or ceremonial calendars. But this theory remains speculative. The lines are suggestive, not definitive. The alignments, approximate. The stars are silent. And yet the mystery continues to deepen. The first modern record of the Cochno stone appeared in the year 1887, when the Reverend James Harvey, a local minister with an interest in archaeology, documented its existence. He sketched the stone's patterns and published a description, drawing attention from scholars throughout Britain. Over the following decades, the stone became a site of interest, not only for archaeologists but for curious locals and visitors. Unfortunately, its fame became its undoing. By the mid-20th century, the Cochno stone had suffered extensive damage. Vandals carved initials into its surface. Visitors walked across it, chipping at the fragile sandstone in an attempt to preserve it. Authorities made a controversial decision. In the year 1965, the stone was buried entirely covered with a thick layer of soil and turf, hiding it from view. For more than half a century, it remained hidden, known only through old drawings and fading photographs. Then in the year 2015, archaeologists from the University of Glasgow led an excavation to briefly uncover the stone. Using careful techniques, they revealed its full surface for the first time in decades, documenting it with high-resolution photography, 3D scanning, and precise mapping. The carvings were found to be in surprisingly good condition, despite their long burial. Some were even more detailed than previous records had shown. And with this re-emergence came renewed interest. Artists, historians, and researchers returned to the stone, seeking meaning in its symbols. Digital reconstructions allowed people around the world to examine the carvings in ways never before possible. Yet the mystery remained. No new theory gained traction, no definitive explanation emerged. The stone refused to give up its secrets. Today, the Cochno stone has once again been reburied, a protective slumber meant to shield it from weather, damage, and human curiosity. It lies under layers of earth, marked only by a small sign and a memory. But the digital models, the photographs, the records, they remain above ground, allowing us to visit in mind if not in body. Standing near the field where it sleeps, it's easy to imagine the people who carved it. Their voices are long gone. Their dwellings have vanished. But their hands, steady, careful, and full of intent, have left their traces. They knelt on this same earth. They pressed stone to stone. They carved not for us, but for something else, something they understood deeply, perhaps spiritually. To gaze at the patterns of the Cochno stone is to feel time folding inward. The spirals do not lead outward. They pull the eye in. Each circle within a circle, each ring surrounding a darkened cup, suggests not motion, but stillness. A settling, a center. Maybe it was not meant to be read, but to be felt. Maybe it is not a message, but a meditation. There is something profoundly quiet about it. Unlike the grand monuments of Egypt or the towering temples of Greece, the Cochno stone asks for no awe. It rests flat against the earth. It makes no declarations. It is, simply, there. And in its presence we are reminded of something essential, that long before cities and clocks and books, there were people who looked up at the stars and down at the soil and wondered. People who made meaning not through words, but through shape, through rhythm, through line. They carved into the stone not to be remembered, but to remember. Whatever its purpose, be it map, altar, artwork, or prayer, the Cochno stone remains one of humanity's oldest unsolved expressions. Not because we have failed to decode it, but because perhaps it was never meant to be decoded. It was meant to be touched, to be traced, to be returned to. Let's continue deeper into the past. In the heart of Sichuan province, along the gentle banks of the Minjiang River, where mist gathers in the mornings and the fields stretch into low-lying hills, there once flourished a civilization that no one remembered. For centuries, the land was silent, the story forgotten, the people erased. And then, in the year 1929, a farmer digging an irrigation ditch struck something solid, something strange beneath the soil. It was not stone, nor wood, nor common pottery. It was jade, ancient, buried, and very much out of place. That discovery marked the beginning of one of the most astonishing archaeological revelations of the 20th century, the unearthing of the Sanxingdui civilization. The name Sanxingdui means three-star mound, a reference to three low-earth mounds found near the modern-day city of Guanghan. But what lies beneath those mounds has little to do with stars, and everything to do with mystery. Excavations began in earnest in the 1980s, revealing two large sacrificial pits, filled with an astonishing array of artifacts: bronze masks, elephant tusks, gold scepters, jade blades, and strange wide-eyed statues unlike anything seen before in Chinese history. And yet, no written records mention Sanxingdui, no ancient chronicles, no royal annals, no passing references in the extensive and meticulous histories of early Chinese dynasties. It was as if this dazzling culture had risen, thrived, and vanished, without leaving so much as a word behind. The artifacts pulled from the soil were unlike any others known in China's Bronze Age: towering bronze statues with exaggerated features, including bulbous eyes and long flaring ears. Some wore elaborate headdresses. Others had faces that seemed almost animal-like, or alien, long, symmetrical, stylized beyond realism. One bronze mask, measuring more than 5 feet wide, features protruding eyes that seem to watch through time. Another sculpture, over 8 feet tall, stands upright with elongated arms, as if once cradling a lost object. These figures were crafted between 3100 and 2900 years ago, roughly during the 13th to 11th centuries BCE. This places Sanxingdui within China's broader Bronze Age, during the time of the Shang dynasty, which ruled far to the east along the Yellow River. And yet, the art and craftsmanship found at Sanxingdui diverged dramatically from anything known in Shang culture. Where Shang bronzes were ceremonial vessels and tools, cast with animal motifs and precise inscriptions, Sanxingdui bronzes are expressive, spiritual, almost surreal. Their purpose is unclear, their meaning entirely unknown. The sacrificial pits, where most of these artifacts were found, only deepen the enigma. They were not tombs. No human remains have been discovered in them. Instead, they appear to have been ritual deposits, deliberately buried offerings. Dozens of elephant tusks, intricately carved jade pieces, gold masks and bronze sculptures were smashed, burned, and entombed in layers of ash and clay. The destruction appears intentional. Why would such immense treasures be buried in secrecy and fire? One theory suggests a sudden crisis, perhaps a foreign invasion or internal rebellion, forced the people of Sanxingdui to hide their sacred objects, preserving them from destruction or theft. Another posits that the burial was ceremonial, marking the end of a religious cycle, the death of a ruler, or the departure of a deity. Some scholars believe the Sanxingdui civilization simply migrated elsewhere, driven by drought, flood, or shifting river paths, abandoning their ceremonial centers and hiding their most important relics before they left. But where did they go? Archaeological evidence suggests a cultural link between Sanxingdui and the later Shu kingdom, which rose to prominence during the Warring States period over 1,000 years later. The Shu people occupied the same region, and their legends speak of a divine ruler named Kangkong, described as having protruding eyes, not unlike the bronze masks unearthed from the Sanxingdui pits. But this connection is loose, the thread is thin. Too much time separates the two to confirm continuity, and so the Sanxingdui civilization remains a cultural island, cut off from the mainland of recorded history. What little we know about their daily lives comes from excavated materials, stone tools, kiln-fired pottery, fragments of woven fabric. Their technology was advanced. Their bronze casting techniques rivaled or even surpassed those of the Shang. They mastered complex alloy mixtures, and their large-scale casting, such as the monumental bronze trees uncovered in recent digs, suggests a centralized, coordinated effort, perhaps under the direction of a religious elite or ruling class. The bronze sacred trees, each over 13 feet tall, bear birds, dragons, and floral patterns. One such tree is thought to represent a cosmic axis, a mythical connection between heaven, earth, and the underworld. These trees, fragile and ornate, offer a rare glimpse into the symbolic world of Sanxingdui, and yet, they raise more questions than they answer. Why was such effort spent on symbolism? What gods did they worship? What myths guided their rituals? What forces did they believe shaped the world? The silence of Sanxingdui is not just the absence of words, it is the absence of context. We see their faces cast in bronze. We see their hands carved in jade, but we do not know what they saw. We do not know how they understood the sky, or the seasons, or the spirits they carved into metal. Some archaeologists believe the Sanxingdui people had their own script, now lost to erosion, or yet undiscovered. Others argue they transmitted knowledge orally, their traditions vanishing as generations passed, or as their society was absorbed into neighboring cultures. Perhaps their beliefs lived on, not in texts or temples, but in the rhythms of farming, in local festivals, in whispered stories passed from mother to child. In 2021, new excavation efforts at Sanxingdui uncovered 6 more sacrificial pits, reigniting global interest in this forgotten civilization. Archaeologists uncovered thousands of additional artifacts, bronze masks inlaid with gold, silk remnants, and intricate ivory carvings. These new finds suggest an even richer culture than previously imagined, with artistic and spiritual complexity rivaling the better-known dynasties of early China. And still, there is no palace, No city walls, no royal tomb, just pits filled with shattered beauty, statues with empty hands, eyes that bulge wide, seeing things we no longer understand. Perhaps what makes the Sanxingdui civilization so captivating is not simply the strangeness of its art, but the weight of its silence. In a world that prizes explanation, Sanxingdui offers only sensation, bronze that glows with meaning, but no translation, gold that shines without name. They are not alone in history. Other civilizations have vanished, leaving only ruins behind. But few have left such bold impressions, figures that look directly at us, expressive and vivid, and say nothing. They seem poised to speak, but hold back. And maybe that is the true power of Sanxingdui, not in what it tells us, but in what it withholds. A reminder that mystery is not a failure of understanding, but a space where imagination begins, a place where the past can breathe slowly, without being forced into definition. Today, the treasures of Sanxingdui are carefully preserved in museums, displayed behind glass with soft lighting and guarded stillness. Visitors pass by, often in awe, trying to make sense of the faces, the forms, the fire that once consumed them. But there is something timeless in the way those wide eyes stare outward, something that defies chronology. The people who shaped them may be gone, their language may be lost, but their art remains, their silence remains, and the question they left behind, why they vanished, and why they buried their legacy, remains suspended in time. Let's keep following the path. Beneath the still, silvery surface of the Sea of Galilee, where the hills of northern Israel cradle the water in soft curves, and the air hangs thick with heat and memory, lies something silent and ancient. It is not a shipwreck, not a ruin of a sunken city, not a temple, nor a statue. It is a mound, enormous, deliberate, and entirely submerged. Known simply as the underwater cairn of the Sea of Galilee, it is one of the least understood and most quietly haunting archaeological enigmas of the modern age. First discovered in the year 2003 by sonar imaging during a routine survey of the lakebed, the structure took even experienced researchers by surprise. What appeared at first as a strange distortion in the data was, upon further analysis, a massive conical pile of basalt stones measuring over 70 meters in diameter and rising 10 meters from the lakebed. To put it in perspective, its base is wider than the length of a Boeing 747, and its total estimated weight exceeds 60,000 tons. It is not a natural formation. Each stone is uncut but deliberately placed, forming a mound that narrows as it rises. The stones, some weighing up to 100 kilograms, show signs of having been transported and carefully arranged. This is not the work of erosion or geological chance. This is a human creation, constructed with purpose, and yet there is no record of it. No inscription, no structure above the waterline, no path leading to or from it, just stone, water, and silence. The Sea of Galilee, known also as Lake Kinneret, is steeped in history. It has been fished, sailed, and worshipped around for millennia. Villages once hugged its shoreline, and the land surrounding it has long been a crossroads for ancient cultures. But the underwater cairn lies deep, almost 10 meters beneath the surface, far from the current edge of the lake. Its age is unknown, but the degree of sediment and the depth at which it rests suggest that it was built when the water levels were significantly lower, possibly during a period when the area now submerged was dry land. Some researchers believe the structure could be as much as 4,000 years old, possibly dating to the early Bronze Age. If that is true, it would place its construction somewhere around 2000 BCE, when fortified cities and monumental tombs were rising in Canaan, Mesopotamia, and Egypt. But unlike those well-documented cultures, the cairn of the Galilee stands alone, unlinked to any known settlement or burial site. The structure's purpose remains unknown. One possibility is that it served as a burial monument, an underwater tumulus, similar in shape and concept to the barrows and cairns found across Europe. If so, it might have once marked the grave of a powerful figure, perhaps a chieftain, or a priest-king, entombed beneath layers of basalt to signify status and permanence. The cairn's shape echoes the form of ancient burial mounds, a circular base rising to a rounded peak. But no tomb has been found within. No human remains. No chamber, only stone. Others suggest it may have been a ceremonial platform, a site of ritual significance where offerings were made or gatherings held. Its placement near the center of the lake, or more likely, what was once a wide plain near the ancient shoreline, might have given it visibility and importance. Perhaps it marked a sacred boundary between land and water, earth and sky, or perhaps it stood as a symbol of something now lost, an axis around which a community once revolved. There is also the possibility that it had a practical function. Some propose that it was part of a defensive structure, such as a watchtower base or refuge platform. If the water was much lower in the past, the cairn might have been an island outpost, raised to provide protection or observation over the surrounding land. But its sheer size and the effort required to construct it suggest something more symbolic than strategic. And then there are those who believe it was a navigational marker, something visible from afar, guiding travelers or signaling a territory. Built high and wide, it would have been visible for kilometers if the water was lower, a silent sentinel in the open landscape. But again, no tools have been found, no markings. Its builders left no trace of their identity. The logistics of building such a structure in ancient times are staggering. The basalt used in its construction is not native to the immediate lakebed and would have had to be quarried and carried from nearby hills, possibly several kilometers away. The transportation of these stones, each heavy and uncut, would have required a substantial workforce and coordination. Whether dragged on sledges, rolled on logs, or hauled with rope, the process would have been slow, laborious, and deeply intentional. This was not a fleeting project. It would have taken time, resources, and purpose. And yet, for all that effort, the structure was abandoned, hidden beneath the waters, forgotten for thousands of years. No ancient text describes its creation. No oral tradition survives to explain its meaning. The people who built it, and the society that once valued it, vanished without a trace. Even modern exploration is limited. The structure lies deep underwater, where visibility is poor and access is difficult. Only partial dives have been completed, and the structure's full layout is still not completely mapped. Remote-operated vehicles have helped, as have sonar scans, but excavating or disturbing the cairn would be costly and dangerous. For now, it is studied from a distance, its secrets intact. There is something poetic about it, a monument built on dry land, now resting beneath water, a creation of permanence, slowly buried by the shifting breath of the earth itself. It did not fall to war. It did not burn. It sank gradually, peacefully, beneath rising waters and layers of silt, and in doing so, it slipped free of history's grasp. Standing on the shore of the Sea of Galilee today, one might never guess that such a massive construction rests just below the waves. The surface is calm. Fishermen cast their nets. Tourists drift across the water in boats. But down below, far beneath the ripples, the cairn waits, stone on stone, perfectly still. Its size alone demands awe, its silence commands respect, and its mystery invites reflection. Perhaps it was never meant to be found. Perhaps it was built not for the living, but for the dead, for spirits, ancestors, or gods. Perhaps it was a statement, a gesture, a prayer in stone. And perhaps in the end, its true meaning lies not in what it was, but in what it still is, a testament to the enduring presence of the unknown. Because there, beneath the waters, lies not just a pile of rocks, but a memory set in stone. A message from a vanished people, carved not in words but in weight, in effort, in enduring geometry. It does not need to be understood to be respected. It does not need to be named to be known. It is enough that it exists, that someone long ago chose to shape the earth and to leave behind something that time could not erase. And so the cairn sleeps beneath the lake, unseen by most, untouched for millennia, and unchanged in its quiet mystery. Let us drift onward, stretching across the arid plains of southern Peru, where the desert wind moves softly over cracked earth, and the sun bakes the soil, a deep, dusty red. There lies a canvas unlike any other in the world. It is vast, ancient, and silent, etched not with paint or pigment, but with careful removals of stone, lines that span hundreds of feet, shapes only visible from high above, birds, monkeys, spiders, and vast geometric designs drawn across a barren landscape. These are the Nazca lines. They rest in one of the driest places on Earth, a plateau nestled between the Andes and the Pacific Ocean, where rain rarely falls and the air remains still. Here, between the towns of Nazca and Palpa, the desert holds its secrets well. For centuries, the lines remained hidden in plain sight. Locals knew of them, walked beside them, but their full scale would not be understood until the advent of flight. It was in the early 20th century, as small aircraft began to pass over the region, that the geoglyphs revealed themselves. From above, the ground transformed into art, Clean, precise patterns emerged from what once seemed chaotic terrain. Spirals, trapezoids, long straight lines that stretch over 10 kilometers without deviation, and immense figures of animals, some nearly as large as a football field. The most iconic include a hummingbird with perfect proportions, a monkey with a curled tail, and a spider drawn with elegant simplicity. They were not carved into the rock, but scraped gently into the surface, by removing the reddish-brown top layer of pebbles to expose the lighter soil beneath. This technique, simple yet deliberate, allowed the designs to endure. In the dry, windless climate, where erosion is minimal, the lines have remained for more than 1,500 years, protected not by walls or enclosures, but by stillness. Archaeologists date the Nazca lines to between 200 BCE and 600 CE, during the rise and fall of the Nazca culture. The people of Nazca built irrigation systems, crafted intricate pottery, and buried their dead in elaborate underground chambers. But it is the lines, their sheer scale and mystery, that continue to capture imaginations. No one knows exactly why they were made. The most prominent theory is that the lines held ritual or spiritual significance, perhaps serving as offerings to the gods. In a land so parched, so unforgiving, it's easy to imagine a people driven to seek divine favor. Some scholars believe the geoglyphs formed part of a vast ceremonial landscape, walked during religious processions or aligned with celestial events. Others suggest the lines served astronomical functions, mapping the movements of the sun, moon, and stars. Certain shapes and lines appear to align with solstices and equinoxes. The ancient Nazca, it's believed, were skilled observers of the sky, tracking patterns that governed planting, harvesting, and ceremony. Could these immense designs have been used to mark time, to predict rain, to understand their place beneath the heavens? Still, the sheer variety of shapes complicates the picture. Some geoglyphs are animals, stylized yet clearly recognizable: the hummingbird, delicate and symmetrical; the whale, wide and deep; the condor, wings spread as if mid-flight. These creatures may have represented powerful spirits, totems, or natural forces. They may have been connected to mythology, fertility, or the cycles of life. But their meaning, if once known, has been swallowed by time. There are human figures as well, less frequent, but no less striking. One, often called the astronaut, shows a humanoid shape with large eyes and outstretched arms. It peers upward, as though watching the sky, or watching us. While the nickname is playful, it reveals a deeper truth. The figures provoke a sense of awe. They seem meant to be seen from above. And this leads to one of the most enduring mysteries: why build such massive, visible from the air designs, in a time when flight was not known? Some argue that the Nazca had ways of seeing from above, perhaps climbing nearby foothills or constructing tall viewing platforms. Others believe the lines were never meant to be seen all at once, that they were ritual pathways, traced slowly on foot, followed in procession. In this view, the act of walking the lines, following their gentle curves, their endless straightaways, was itself a kind of devotion. Still, the question lingers: who were these for? Over the years, theories have flourished. Some have claimed the lines were landing strips for ancient visitors. Others have speculated about coded messages, star maps, or forgotten technologies. But within the archaeological community, the focus remains on what the lines say about the people who made them. What stands out is the coordination. These were not impulsive works. The builders planned, measured, and executed with astonishing precision. Some lines remain perfectly straight over hills, valleys, and uneven terrain. This required knowledge of surveying, alignment, and scale. The Nazca had no compasses, no modern tools, but they had intention, they had vision, and they had patience. Even the creation of a single figure, such as the famous monkey, with its spiraled tail and 5-fingered hands, would have required days or weeks of work. Teams of people marking, clearing, adjusting. The designs had to be mapped from a scale model and then transferred accurately onto the earth, without error, across massive distances. And yet, no construction tools have been found. No texts, no blueprints. Just the lines. Just the earth. In recent decades, technology has allowed archaeologists to see the lines more clearly than ever before. High-resolution satellite imagery, drone footage, and 3D mapping have revealed previously unknown geoglyphs, some nearly erased by erosion or hidden beneath centuries of dust. In 2018, more than 50 new figures were identified, including warriors, birds, and other mysterious shapes. The desert, it seems, still has more to give. What's remarkable is how little the lines have changed. Though fragile in appearance, they have endured due to the region's unique climate. Rainfall is almost non-existent. Wind is minimal, and the desert soil, once disturbed, forms a protective crust that resists erosion. In a strange way, the harshness of the landscape became its guardian. Today, the Nazca lines are protected as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Access is limited, and aircraft must fly designated routes to avoid disturbing the terrain. Observation towers allow visitors to view select figures from the ground, but to truly appreciate their scale and artistry, one must rise above, into the air, as if joining the silent gods who may once have watched from the sky. But even in flight, the mystery deepens. From above, the desert reveals its quiet geometry, its thoughtful curves, its inexplicable precision. But it does not explain itself. The figures remain mute. They tell us what was drawn, but not why. Perhaps the answer lies not in function, but in experience. To walk the Nazca Desert is to step into a world shaped by vision and faith. The lines do not lead to towns or cities. They lead to understanding, felt, not spoken. They are questions written in the language of distance, prayers carved into the earth, meditations made visible. The Nazca lines remind us that meaning can take many forms, not all of them verbal, not all of them immediate. Sometimes, meaning lies in the making, in the effort, in the endurance. We may never know what the figures meant to those who carved them. We may never walk their full length or trace their origins with certainty, but we can stand beside them. We can look down from the sky and see what they left. And we can listen, in the quiet heat of the desert, for whatever echoes still remain. Let's continue further. In the heart of the Mediterranean, where sunlight glistens across olive groves and the sea whispers against limestone cliffs, lies the island of Crete, a place where myth and memory entwine. It is here that one of Europe's earliest advanced civilizations flourished, thousands of years before the classical world of Athens and Rome. This was the land of the Minoans, and though their palaces, frescoes, and pottery survive, one aspect of their legacy remains stubbornly silent. Their writing, etched into clay tablets and inscribed on stone vases, the script known as Linear A first appeared around 1800 BCE and vanished without explanation by the end of the 15th century BCE. Its elegant lines curve and bend across tablets, forming a language that no one has yet been able to read. Despite a century of effort by scholars and linguists, Linear A remains undeciphered, an unresolved whisper from a civilization that changed the shape of the ancient world. The Minoans were a people of innovation. They built multi-story palaces with complex drainage systems, traded with distant lands, and adorned their walls with scenes of vibrant life. Dolphins leaping through sea foam, women dancing in flowing garments, and bulls mid-charge in acrobatic rituals. Their cultural fingerprints stretch across the Aegean and into the wider Mediterranean basin. But without access to their words, our understanding of who they truly were remains shadowed and incomplete. Linear A is the name modern scholars have given to the writing system used primarily in Crete and a few nearby islands. It is called linear because of its straight, stylized characters, distinguishing it from earlier pictographic scripts such as Cretan hieroglyphs. These symbols appear on clay tablets, cups, seals, and ceremonial vessels. The script includes around 90 symbols, representing syllables or sounds, along with a set of numerical signs and ideograms. Though it shares visual similarities with a later script known as Linear B, the two systems are not the same. Linear B, used by the Mycenaean Greeks after they entered Crete around 1400 BCE, was deciphered in the year 1952 by Michael Ventris. It turned out to be an early form of Greek, a monumental breakthrough that unlocked entire archives of palace administration. For a time, scholars hoped that Linear A would follow the same path, but this has not been the case. Despite overlapping symbols, Linear A encodes a different language, one that appears to be non-Indo-European, unrelated to Greek, and possibly unique in the ancient world. The spoken language behind the script, sometimes referred to as Minoan, has not survived in any known form. No translation key exists, no bilingual inscriptions have been found, and so, the clay tablets remain sealed in silence. Most Linear A inscriptions are brief, lists of goods, references to offerings, inventories of livestock or produce. The tablets likely served bureaucratic purposes, recording temple or palace transactions. Some inscriptions appear on religious vessels or ceremonial objects, suggesting sacred or ritual use. But without knowing the language, we can only guess at the context. Some words and symbols repeat across many tablets. Certain patterns have been identified, prefixes, suffixes, recurring signs that hint at grammatical structure. A few scholars have suggested partial phonetic values based on their positions in texts. Others have noted potential connections to ancient Anatolian languages or pre-Greek dialects. But none of these efforts have produced a definitive translation. The problem lies not just in the script, but in the limited material available. Fewer than 1,500 Linear A inscriptions are known, and most contain fewer than a dozen characters. The tablets are fragile, often fragmented, and many were found in secondary contexts, reused in construction or stored in storerooms destroyed by fire. There is simply not enough continuous text to provide firm footing for translation. And yet, Linear A continues to haunt the study of the ancient world. It sits on the edge of comprehension, visible, traceable, and yet untouchable. Its decipherment could illuminate the structure of Minoan society, their religious beliefs, their political organization, and even their worldview. What did they call themselves? What gods did they worship? How did they explain their place in the world? All these questions remain unanswered. The context in which Linear A vanished adds to its intrigue. Around the 15th century BCE, Crete experienced a period of upheaval. The great palaces, Knossos, Phaistos, Zakros, were destroyed by fire or abandoned. Whether this was due to natural disaster, internal conflict, or foreign invasion is still debated. Soon afterward, the Mycenaean Greeks assumed control of the island, and with them came a new language, a new power, and a new script, Linear B. Within a few generations, Linear A had disappeared entirely. Was its disappearance abrupt or gradual? Was it stamped out by conquest, or did it fade as new rulers imposed their own systems? Did any Minoans continue to use it in secret, preserving their old language in whispers and shadows? If such people existed, they left no sign behind. Over the years, some scholars have hoped for a Rosetta Stone moment, a bilingual inscription that would finally provide the key. But no such object has ever been found. The Minoans, it seems, did not inscribe their monuments in multiple tongues. They did not write long histories in stone. Their script was confined largely to perishable materials, clay, wood, wax, and what remains is but a fraction of what once was. Attempts to decode Linear A have ranged from the scholarly to the speculative. Some researchers focus on linguistics, comparing the signs to other known scripts in the region. Others look for symbolic meaning, drawing connections to Minoan art and ritual. There are theories linking Linear A to the languages of ancient Cyprus, to the Etruscans of Italy, even to the lost language of Lemnos. None of these theories has gained consensus, and so the clay tablets remain locked. But perhaps the power of Linear A lies not in what it can tell us, but in what it suggests. It reminds us that for all our technology and scholarship, some knowledge still lies beyond our grasp. That ancient people had languages, rituals, and thoughts that have vanished without a trace. That even in an age of data and discovery, the past still holds its secrets close. There is a kind of beauty in the undeciphered. To hold a Linear A tablet in your hands is to feel the weight of time, soft clay hardened in fire, touched by a scribe who lived 38 centuries ago. You see the characters etched with care, neatly aligned, purposeful. You do not know what they say, but you know that they meant something, that someone long ago bent over that tablet and recorded something they needed to remember, a prayer, a record, a name, and now that meaning is gone. Or perhaps not gone, but sleeping. One day perhaps a breakthrough will come, a new inscription will be found, a buried temple will yield a carved translation, a forgotten tomb will offer a name in two scripts, and suddenly, the silence will break, the Minoans will speak. But until that day, Linear A remains a whispered riddle, a language without voice, a song without sound, and yet even in silence it speaks volumes. It speaks of a people who built beauty, who traded across seas, who worshipped in painted halls and walked among flowering courtyards, who wrote, not to impress posterity, but to live in their own time, and who, in doing so, left behind a mystery so complete, it has lasted longer than most kingdoms. Their script endures, etched into clay and memory. So we continue to wait, not with impatience, but with reverence. For the Minoans were not forgotten. Their words are still with us, sleeping in symbols, waiting to be heard. Let us walk further into the unknown. In the humid lowlands of ancient Mesoamerica, where the Gulf Coast jungles once pressed thick against winding rivers and rich volcanic soil, gave rise to the earliest cities of the Americas, monuments of impossible silence still rest. They do not tower like pyramids. They do not carry inscriptions or hieroglyphs. They simply sit, grounded in the earth, their expressions calm, their gaze steady. These are the Olmec colossal heads, monumental sculptures of human faces, carved from massive blocks of basalt, each one an enduring riddle from a civilization long vanished. The Olmec civilization is widely regarded as the mother culture of Mesoamerica, flourishing between approximately 1500 BCE and 400 BCE. The Olmec laid the foundations for the later civilizations of the Maya, Zapotec, and Aztec. They gave the region its first pyramids, its earliest writing systems, and its first large-scale ceremonial centers. Yet for all their influence, the Olmec left behind more questions than answers. Chief among them are these stone heads, 17 in total, discovered across several major Olmec sites, including San Lorenzo, La Venta, and Tres Zapotecs. Each head is unique, carved from basalt, a dense volcanic rock. They range in height from around 4 to nearly 12 feet tall and can weigh over 20 tons. The faces they depict are powerful and individualized. Broad noses, thick lips, strong jaws, and intense, almost meditative eyes. Many wear what appear to be helmets or headdresses, carved with intricate bands or patterns. The details are not abstract. They are deeply personal, lifelike, and deliberate. But whose faces are these? And why were they made? Some archaeologists believe the heads are portraits of rulers, powerful individuals immortalized in stone. The helmets they wear may have signified elite status, military leadership, or participation in sacred ball games. If this theory is true, the colossal heads may be among the earliest known examples of portraiture in the Americas, each one capturing the features of a real human being, with an intensity that defies the passage of time. But the heads do not come with names. No inscriptions identify them. No glyphs explain their titles, deeds, or lineages. They appear fully formed, resting alone or in clusters, sometimes half buried in jungle soil. In several cases, they were intentionally placed in ceremonial spaces, facing outward as if to guard a sacred precinct. In others, they were moved, repositioned, or even ritually buried, suggesting changes in political power or belief. The process of creating them was monumental in every sense. The basalt used to carve the heads came not from the lowlands where the Olmec lived, but from distant quarries, some located over 50 miles away in the Tuxtla Mountains. The transportation of such heavy stones through thick jungle, across rivers and over uneven terrain, without wheeled carts or draft animals, would have required extraordinary effort and ingenuity. It is likely that logs, rafts, and vast labor forces were employed, along with a great deal of time and determination. Once the stones arrived at their destination, they were shaped with tools made from harder stone. There is no evidence of metal chisels or advanced carving technologies. Every feature, the curve of the lips, the slope of the brow, the subtle creases around the eyes, was formed through countless hours of hammering, smoothing, and refining. And yet the precision and artistry remain staggering. These were not hastily made objects. They were the result of care, vision, and cultural purpose. But what was that purpose? Some researchers argue that the colossal heads served a political function. In this view, they were erected as public symbols of leadership and authority, meant to instill awe and unity within Olmec communities. Much like kings and pharaohs built statues to project their image and command loyalty, the Olmec rulers may have commissioned these heads to assert dominance, both earthly and divine. Others propose a ritual explanation. The heads may have been part of a broader religious complex, representing ancestral spirits, deified leaders, or protective guardians. Their placement within ceremonial centers, near altars or pyramids, supports this idea. Some scholars even suggest that the heads were aligned with celestial events, forming part of a sacred landscape meant to mirror the heavens. Still others raise more symbolic interpretations. The helmets carved onto the heads resemble those worn in the Mesoamerican ball game, a sacred sport tied to fertility, sacrifice, and cosmic balance. In this context, the heads could represent champions, heroes who played not for personal glory, but for the fate of the world. If so, they may not be portraits at all, but archetypes, larger-than-life manifestations of divine order. Despite the theories, no single explanation has proven conclusive, and complicating the mystery is the sheer individuality of each sculpture. The faces are not generic. Each bears distinct features, different eye shapes, cheekbones, mouth lines. If they were symbolic, why such specificity? If they were portraits, why no accompanying names? In many cases, the heads were discovered far from their original locations, displaced by time, erosion, or human action. Some were buried intentionally, perhaps during ceremonial closures of temple sites or in acts of reverence. One head was found face down, another partially embedded in a riverbank. Their journeys, like their meanings, are largely unknown. The heads are not the only legacy of the Olmec. Archaeological excavations have uncovered an array of intricate jade figurines, ceremonial altars, colossal thrones, and pyramidal platforms. The Olmec also created early writing, enigmatic symbols carved into stone that may represent a form of proto-script. But most of their texts, if they ever existed in more extensive form, have vanished. No Olmec books survive, no codices, and so the heads carved in stone speak louder than anything else they left behind. Their expressions are neither joyful nor fierce. They are serene, composed, unflinching, and perhaps that is what makes them so captivating. They do not demand understanding. They do not invite interpretation. They simply endure. In modern times, the colossal heads have become powerful cultural symbols, emblems of Mesoamerican heritage and indigenous artistry. They are displayed in museums, studied by scholars, and admired by travelers from around the world. Yet even as they are admired, they remain elusive. Their full meaning, like the civilization that carved them, drifts just beyond our reach. To stand before one is to feel something ancient stir, an echo of a world that once breathed, ruled, and prayed along the jungle's edge. The faces look out across centuries with an unchanging gaze, untouched by the passing of empires, the rise of cities, the spin of the modern world. They are neither forgotten nor explained. They simply are. Perhaps they were never meant to be fully understood. Perhaps their power lies not in their clarity, but in their ambiguity. A face in stone, a life remembered, a culture unspoken. The Olmec colossal heads remind us that history is not always a straight line, that some truths are carved, not written, and that some of the most enduring voices are those that speak without words. So we move forward into the past, still watching, still wondering. In the rolling woodlands of southern Ohio, nestled atop a quiet ridge overlooking the waters of Brush Creek, a serpent lies coiled, not of flesh and bone, but of earth and time. Nearly 1,400 feet long, its body curves in 7 graceful bends, its tail spirals in a tight coil, and its head opens into an oval shape, as if about to swallow or release an egg. It does not hiss or strike, it does not move, and yet it speaks without words, without sound, and across more than 1,000 years of silence. This is the Serpent Mound. To stand upon its sinuous back is to walk along a mystery, constructed of raised earth just a few feet high. The mound follows the contours of the ridge in deliberate symmetry. It does not form an enclosure or mark a burial ground in the traditional sense. It is a shape, a message written in landscape, seen best from the sky. From above, its intent becomes unmistakable. A serpent, vast and elegant, stretched out across the ridge, with its head aligned toward the west, its tail tucked into a spiral on the eastern end. The Serpent Mound is the largest known effigy mound in North America. Effigy mounds are earthworks constructed in the shapes of animals, symbols, or humans, and they hold deep significance within the Native American cultural and spiritual landscape. Yet this particular effigy stands apart, not only for its size and intricacy, but for the enduring mystery that surrounds it. Who built it? Why? And what did it mean? For many years, scholars believed the Serpent Mound was created by the Adena culture, which thrived in the Ohio Valley from around 1000 BCE to 200 CE. The mound rests near several burial sites that have been attributed to the Adena, including conical mounds containing grave goods, tools, and ceremonial objects. Radiocarbon dating from charcoal samples once placed the mound's construction around 300 BCE, well within the Adena timeframe. But newer evidence has complicated that story. In the early 2000s, a re-examination of soil samples and refined dating methods suggested a much later origin, closer to 900 CE. This would place its construction in the era of the Fort Ancient culture, a distinct group that emerged in the Ohio Valley after the decline of the Hopewell tradition. If this newer date is correct, the Serpent Mound may not be an Adena creation after all, but a legacy of a different people entirely, yet the ambiguity remains. The mound may have been built atop older earthworks, modified or reinterpreted by successive cultures over centuries. Its story may be layered, not linear, an evolving monument shaped and reshaped by generations, each adding meaning, each contributing mystery. And then there is the serpent itself. In Native American traditions across the continent, the serpent holds deep symbolic weight. It can be a guardian, a creator, a destroyer, a messenger between worlds. Some cultures speak of the horned serpent, a powerful being that lives in water and guards sacred knowledge. Others see the snake as a symbol of rebirth and transformation, shedding its skin, cycling through death and renewal. In this context, the Serpent Mound may be a spiritual symbol, a prayer carved into the land, embodying both power and reverence. The oval at the serpent's mouth, variously interpreted as an egg, the sun, or even the full moon, adds another layer of meaning. Is the serpent consuming the egg, giving birth to it, speaking through it? Each interpretation carries different connotations: creation, destruction, prophecy. Some researchers have proposed that the Serpent Mound is aligned to celestial events. The head, they say, points to the summer solstice sunset. The coils of the body may mark lunar extremes or equinox points. The tail's spiral could represent the solar cycle, the passage of time, or the path of a celestial body. If true, the mound may be a kind of calendar, an observatory not of stone and lens, but of earth and horizon. Yet, astronomical alignments are notoriously difficult to prove. Hills shift, trees grow, horizons change. What might have once aligned perfectly may no longer do so, but the precision of the serpent's form, the consistent width of its body, the rhythm of its coils, the symmetry of its shape, suggests purpose. It was not thrown together, it was drawn with intention, and what an undertaking it must have been. To build the Serpent Mound, ancient peoples moved tons of soil, carefully layering it to create the smooth curves and elevated ridges that define the serpent's form. Without modern tools or machinery, this work required organization, labor, and vision. Generations may have contributed, each returning to the mound to maintain, restore, or extend it. It was not a temporary structure. It was a commitment, anchored in belief, grounded in ritual. Yet for all its importance, the Serpent Mound contains no known burials. There are no bodies within the coils, no tomb beneath the head. It is not a crypt. It is not a fort. It does not enclose or protect. It only shapes. It only speaks in silhouette and soil. The absence of burial does not diminish its sacred nature. Many ancient structures served ceremonial or cosmological functions without being tied to death. The serpent may have been a place of pilgrimage, a site for seasonal gatherings, a platform for storytelling and teaching. Fires may have once lit its back. Songs may have echoed through the trees. Offerings may have been placed at its mouth or along its spine, gifts for the spirit it represented. And yet we do not know. The builders left no written records, no oral traditions survive to explain the mound in full. The tribes that may have held its meaning have been scattered, their memories fragmented by centuries of colonization and change. In the modern era, the Serpent Mound has drawn a wide array of interpretations. Some scholars focus on its potential as an astronomical tool, others see it as a symbolic expression of life and death, or a map of the cosmos. Still others have looked beyond academic boundaries, offering speculative connections to ancient global serpent myths, extraterrestrial contact, or lost civilizations. These ideas, while unprovable, speak to the mound's power to inspire wonder, but perhaps its greatest mystery lies in its endurance. Through the rise and fall of cultures, through centuries of erosion, war, and forgetting, the serpent has remained. It lies undisturbed, coiled in the Ohio earth, its head lifted eternally toward the western sky. It asks no questions. It gives no answers. It waits. Today, the Serpent Mound is protected as a National Historic Landmark. Visitors can walk its perimeter on raised paths, tracing the curve of its body from tail to head. From observation towers, its full shape comes into view, graceful, ancient, alive in form, if not in breath. To walk beside it is to feel the quiet presence of something greater, not just a monument, but a memory, a gesture from a people we no longer know, but whose vision still rests upon the land. It is a reminder that history is not always told in books or built in stone. Sometimes it is written in the very bones of the earth, in soil shaped by hands, in curves that match the stars, in the silent elegance of a serpent watching the sun fall west. Let's continue onward, into the silence between the lines. In the quiet, wind-swept Bekaa Valley of Lebanon, beneath the shifting light of the sun and the long shadow of the anti-Lebanon mountains, rests a ruin so grand, so inexplicably massive, that it continues to perplex archaeologists, engineers and travelers alike. Towering columns rise into the pale sky, the remnants of a once glorious Roman sanctuary. Broken capitals, finely carved friezes, and ancient staircases remain, weathered but proud, and beneath it all, beneath the grandeur of stone and time, lie the true mysteries of Baalbek. Once known as Heliopolis, the city of the sun, Baalbek served as one of the grandest sanctuaries of the Roman Empire, a center of imperial cult worship, devoted above all to Jupiter, the Roman king of the gods. The site's scale is difficult to capture in words. Its platform alone stretches the length of several football fields. The Temple of Jupiter, of which only a few columns still stand, once dominated the complex with a colonnade 62 feet high, supported by some of the largest stones ever moved by human hands in the ancient world. And it is those stones, the foundations, that continue to puzzle even the most seasoned researchers. Laid beneath the Roman temples are three enormous blocks of limestone, known as the trilithon. Each one measures approximately 64 feet in length, 13 feet in height, and 12 feet in width. They are estimated to weigh around 800 tons apiece. Nearby, in the same quarry from which these megaliths were cut, lie even larger stones, unfinished and unmoved, some weighing over 1,000 tons. One such block, dubbed the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, is the largest known hewn stone from antiquity. How these stones were carved, moved and placed with such astonishing precision, without the aid of modern cranes, engines or power tools, remains one of archaeology's most enduring mysteries. The Roman Empire, renowned for its engineering brilliance, certainly had advanced techniques for construction, but nothing else in the Roman world compares to the scale and weight of the stones at Baalbek. Even the great monuments of Rome, its aqueducts, its amphitheaters, its triumphal arches, used smaller, more manageable blocks. Why then were such enormous stones used here, and more importantly, how? Some scholars believe that the Romans may have inherited the foundation from an earlier civilization, one with its own techniques and motivations. While the temple complex above bears the unmistakable stamp of Roman design, Corinthian columns, high platforms, ceremonial staircases, the lower platform feels older, heavier, and somehow different. Archaeological evidence suggests the site was sacred long before the Romans arrived. Baalbek's name derives from the ancient Canaanite god Baalbek, and the region was home to religious activity as early as the 3rd millennium BCE. The Phoenicians built shrines here, so did the Persians. By the time the Romans took control of the area in the 1st century BCE, Baalbek was already a revered place, long viewed as a threshold between heaven and earth. The construction of the Temple of Jupiter began around the middle of the 1st century BCE and continued into the 2nd century CE. Over time, additional temples were added to Bacchus, Venus and Mercury, creating a vast religious complex, adorned with statuary, columns and intricately carved stonework. But the platform on which the Temple of Jupiter stands is what continues to defy explanation. To move a single 800-ton stone requires a level of coordination and knowledge not often attributed to ancient builders. The quarry, located nearly a kilometer from the temple site, presents logistical challenges even today. Moving such stones over uneven ground, without cracking them, would require carefully laid roads, rolling mechanisms, and immense human or animal labor. The precision with which the stones were then laid, so tightly that one can barely slip a blade between them, adds further difficulty to the puzzle. Some modern engineers believe it may have been possible using ancient techniques, levering systems, sledges, manpower, and patience. But even these explanations require a degree of planning, organization and motivation that stretches the imagination. Why not use smaller stones? Why take on the nearly impossible? One theory suggests the stones were symbols themselves. Their sheer size may have been part of the ritual, the labor a form of devotion, the impossibility of the task a testament to divine authority. Another theory proposes that the megaliths had astronomical or geomantic importance, anchoring the site to energies or alignments lost to modern understanding. Still others suggest the platform may have served a structural function, needed to support the massive columns above, but again, many ancient temples managed similar feats without such extreme foundations. The mystery deepens when considering the unfinished stones left behind in the quarry. If the builders could move the completed stones, why leave others behind? Were they too heavy to transport? Did something halt the construction, or were these stones meant for a future phase that never came to pass? In recent decades, Baalbek has attracted more than just historians and archaeologists. It has drawn the attention of alternative theorists, who propose that the site may be far older than Roman or Phoenician records suggest. Some speculate that the foundation was built by a lost civilization, long vanished before known history, with technologies now forgotten. Others suggest extraterrestrial intervention, pointing to the scale, precision, and symbolic alignment of the stones as evidence of something beyond human capability. While such ideas lie outside mainstream archaeology, they reflect the very real awe Baalbek inspires. Still, the mystery of Baalbek does not require fantastic explanations to remain profound. The site as it stands is a marvel of human effort, vision, and devotion. Whether built by Romans, Phoenicians, or peoples even older, the sheer will it took to construct such a sanctuary in stone cannot be underestimated. Walking among its ruins today, one feels small beneath the columns. They reach upward with a grace that belies their weight. Shadows fall across carved acanthus leaves. Birds nest in fractured cornices. Time has worn the surfaces smooth, but the shape remains stubborn, serene, unmoved. The Temple of Bacchus, remarkably intact, still offers glimpses into the artistry of its creators. Intricate reliefs adorn its ceiling. Light filters through broken windows, illuminating carvings of vines, faces and gods. It is quieter now. No sacrifices burn, no crowds gather, but the space feels charged, as if the memory of its purpose still lingers in the stone. And beneath it all, beneath the visible splendor, the trilithon waits. The great stones, each one the size of a train car, resting silently beneath the temple floor. No inscriptions, no markings, no explanations, only presence. Perhaps the stones were meant to endure not just time, but understanding, to outlast not only centuries, but comprehension. Their function, their meaning, their mystery, layered into the earth like a foundation for something more than temples, something human, yet unreachable. Baalbek reminds us that not all achievements are recorded in words. Some are etched in silence, in stone too heavy to move, in questions too vast to answer. We can stand upon its foundations, we can measure, map, and admire, but the mind that first envisioned those blocks, the culture that carved them, hauled them, placed them, remains distant, close enough to see, but just out of reach. And perhaps in that distance, we find something sacred, not in answers, but in awe. Let's move forward, slowly, with that same sense of quiet wonder. In the high desert of northern New Mexico, where the air is thin, the mesas stretch wide, and the Sangre de Cristo mountains cast long, indigo shadows, there is a quiet that feels almost sacred, a stillness that draws painters, wanderers, and seekers. The town of Taos, cradled by this vast landscape, is a place where silence has always been part of the landscape. And yet, beneath this silence, some residents hear something else, something persistent, something strange. They call it the Taos Hum. It is not loud, it is not sudden. It does not resemble the ringing of tinnitus or the drone of power lines. Instead, it is a low, steady hum, like a distant diesel engine idling just beyond a hill. Some describe it as a faint rumble. Others say it pulses softly, never changing pitch, never ceasing. To those who hear it, the hum is constant, unshakable. Whether they are indoors or outside, awake or trying to fall asleep. And yet, others hear nothing at all. The Taos Hum first gained widespread attention in the early 1990s, when a growing number of residents began reporting the strange sound. It wasn't just a handful of individuals. There were dozens, perhaps hundreds, claiming to hear the same thing, a low-frequency noise with no clear origin, no identifiable pattern, and no measurable source. These individuals came from all walks of life: artists, engineers, teachers, ranchers. Some had lived in Taos their entire lives. Others were recent arrivals. The only thing they had in common was the hum. In 1993, after public concern grew, a formal investigation was launched by a team of researchers from Los Alamos National Laboratory, the University of New Mexico, and other institutions. They conducted tests in and around the Taos area, using sensitive instruments to measure infrasound, electromagnetic fields, and environmental vibrations. They interviewed residents, mapped where the hum was most often reported, and searched for possible industrial or geological causes. But the results were inconclusive. While some low-frequency vibrations were detected, common in any populated area, there was no sound matching the description or consistency of the hum. No underground machines, no distant generators, no pipelines or power substations producing the right frequency. And more curiously, even with sensitive equipment, the hum could not be recorded. No microphone, no seismometer, no measuring device could pick it up in any consistent or verifiable way. The people still heard it, but the machines did not. What makes the Taos Hum particularly strange is its selectivity. Estimates suggest that only about 2 to 5% of the local population can hear it. These individuals, often called hearers, describe a shared experience. The sound begins subtly, like a far-off drone, and over time becomes impossible to ignore. For some, it is merely a curiosity. For others, it becomes a source of distress, affecting sleep, concentration, and mental well-being. The hum seems to follow them. It is not limited to one location. Moving houses, switching rooms, even traveling out of town does not always silence it. The sensation is sometimes felt more than heard, like a pressure in the ears, a vibration in the chest. But no two experiences are exactly alike. Theories have flourished, from the scientific to the speculative. Some researchers have suggested that the hum may originate from low-frequency electromagnetic waves, perhaps generated by military communication systems or long-distance power lines. These signals, they argue, may interact with certain individuals' auditory systems, triggering a perceptual response. Others have explored the idea of otoacoustic emissions, sounds generated by the inner ear itself, which may be amplified under specific conditions. Still others point to psychological factors. The power of suggestion, selective attention, and heightened sensitivity could create a feedback loop, where awareness of the hum leads to further perception of it, reinforcing the experience. But this does not explain why only a small fraction of people hear it, nor why their experiences are so consistent across space and time. Some have proposed environmental causes, natural geological activity, underground water movement, or atmospheric phenomena. But these theories have failed to account for the persistent, unchanging nature of the hum, or its specific presence in Taos, as opposed to other similar regions. Then there are the more unconventional explanations. Some believe the hum is related to secret military technology, perhaps linked to surveillance systems, underground installations, or experimental weapons. Others suggest extraterrestrial origins, or unknown energy fields interacting with human consciousness. While such ideas remain firmly outside mainstream science, they reflect a simple truth: people want answers, and when none are available, imagination fills the gap. Similar hums have been reported in other places: Bristol in the United Kingdom, Cochno in Indiana, Largs in Scotland, and Auckland in New Zealand. These hums share common traits: low frequency, limited perception among the population, and a frustrating lack of measurable source. Some researchers now refer to the phenomenon more broadly as the hum, a global mystery with local manifestations. But the Taos version remains the most famous, and perhaps the most studied. For those who live with the hum, the experience is deeply personal. Some have tried to block it out with white noise machines, earplugs, or background music. Others have sought medical advice, only to be told their hearing is normal. A few have relocated entirely, seeking relief in quieter, higher altitudes or different climates. Some find the hum diminishes, others report it follows them, soft but inescapable. What complicates matters further is that the Taos Hum is not always consistent. For some hearers, it fades during the day and intensifies at night. For others it appears suddenly and lasts for hours, then vanishes for days or weeks. Its intermittent nature makes study difficult. There is no guaranteed way to find it, no reliable trigger to recreate it, and no confirmed physical source to examine. In recent years, research has slowed, funding is limited, and the lack of measurable data discourages further inquiry. But the phenomenon persists, quietly, invisibly. For the hearers, the mystery is not theoretical, it is lived. It is a hum that arrives unbidden and refuses to be explained. Perhaps what makes the Taos Hum so haunting is that it resists categorization. It is not a ghost, not a machine, not a disease. It is a sound without a source, a vibration without a cause, and in a world increasingly governed by certainty and data, such mysteries feel strangely rare. Taos itself continues on. The town remains a haven for artists, musicians, writers, and dreamers. The landscape hums in its own way, through wind, cicadas, distant thunder, and rustling cottonwoods. For most the quiet is complete, but for a few the hum remains, a low invisible thread woven into their days. And perhaps in its way, the Taos Hum is a reminder that not everything can be seen, heard, or explained, that the world still holds spaces where mystery lives, not in grand monuments or buried ruins, but in the most subtle of sensations, a sound just on the edge of perception, impossible to record, and impossible to forget. Let us continue, softly now, into what waits beyond the noise. In the northeastern corner of the United States, where the coastline of Maine curves gently toward the sea, there is a quiet rhythm to the land. Wind moves through pine trees with a soft sigh. Tidewaters rise and fall over rocks that have known countless winters. Seabirds glide on the salt-laced breeze. It is a place where the past seems to linger, folded into the hills and carried in the breath of the ocean. And somewhere within this tranquil landscape, buried in a place few had heard of, a single coin once lay hidden beneath the soil, a small object that would challenge our ideas of history and leave experts puzzled even decades after its discovery. The story begins in the summer of 1957, when an amateur archaeologist named Guy Melgren joined a dig at a site near Brooklyn, Maine, a coastal town surrounded by rugged peninsulas and quiet harbors. The location, known as the Goddard site, was situated on a piece of private land along the Blue Hill Peninsula. The excavation was modest in scale, but promising. Stone tools, ceramic fragments, and other indigenous artifacts were being uncovered from what appeared to be a trading settlement. The items suggested centuries of interaction, of exchange, of movement through these lands by the Wabanaki people and their neighbors. Then among the finds, something unexpected emerged. It was a small coin, worn nearly smooth, no larger than a fingernail. Melgren believed at first that it might be a relatively recent piece, perhaps a colonial-era English penny, or a misstruck coin from early America. He tucked it into his collection and thought little more of it, but the coin would not remain anonymous for long. Years later, Melgren brought the coin to experts at the American Numismatic Society for identification, and what they found turned quiet curiosity into growing intrigue. The coin was not colonial, nor was it English. It was Norwegian. More precisely, it was a silver coin minted under the reign of King Olaf Kyrre, who ruled Norway between the years 1067 and 1093. That places the coin's origin in the late 11th century, nearly 4 centuries before Columbus set foot in the New World. Even more remarkably, its minting dates place it within a few decades of the time when Leif Erikson and other Norse explorers are believed to have ventured to North America. The presence of this coin in coastal Maine posed an immediate puzzle. Lansog Meadows, the only confirmed Norse archaeological site in North America, lies far to the north in Newfoundland. There, in a landscape of bog and stone, turf-walled buildings and ironworking remains have revealed a brief Viking presence, dated to roughly AD 1000. But Maine is hundreds of miles to the southwest, and no Norse settlement has ever been confirmed in that region. How then, Could a Viking coin have found its way into the soil of Maine? Scholars and enthusiasts began to speculate. One theory proposed that Norse explorers had traveled further than previously known, sailing down the eastern seaboard and establishing contact, perhaps fleeting, perhaps more enduring, with native peoples in what is now New England. The geography allows for such movement. The currents, the coastline, and the rivers might well have guided Viking ships into sheltered bays and up winding estuaries. Others suggested a more indirect explanation, that the coin arrived through an extensive chain of indigenous trade. Long before European colonists ever arrived, native peoples across North America maintained vast and sophisticated networks of exchange. Items such as copper, obsidian, marine shell, pipestone, and decorative carvings were carried by hand or canoe across hundreds, even thousands of miles. Could a Viking coin have changed hands again and again, passing from group to group over a span of years or even generations, until it reached the Wabanaki territory of present-day Maine? Could it have become, by the time it was buried, a curiosity, an amulet, a symbol of something whose meaning was already half forgotten? That theory gained support, in part because the coin bore a small hole, likely pierced to be worn as a pendant or adornment. In Norse culture, it was not uncommon for coins to be used in jewelry or as personal decoration, especially when they were no longer in circulation. Perhaps the coin arrived in North America, not as currency, but as an ornament. And perhaps it was passed along because of its appearance or mystery, rather than any sense of its origin. Still, the questions remained. The Goddard site, where the coin was found, had yielded a wide array of artifacts spanning several centuries, but it had not revealed any other Old World items. No Norse tools, weapons, or trade goods, no ship fragments, no ruins, just the coin, silent, singular, unexplained. Some skeptics raised concerns. Could the coin have been planted, whether as a deliberate hoax or an accidental drop? Might it have been part of Mellgren's personal collection and become mixed into the site during one of the informal excavations that preceded the more careful digs? These doubts were carefully examined. Experts analyzed the context in which the coin was discovered. It had come from a layer of soil associated with indigenous occupation and early trade. The weathering on the coin, the patina on its surface, the wear of centuries all appeared genuine. There was no definitive evidence of tampering or fraud. Still, with no additional Norse artifacts and no clear chain of custody, the mystery endured. Today, the coin is housed in the Maine State Museum. It sits quietly, protected by glass and softly lit, an object that invites questions rather than offers answers. Visitors lean close, peering at the faint designs on its surface, wondering how a coin minted in the high medieval courts of Scandinavia came to rest in the soil of North America's eastern seaboard. But the coin speaks not just of travel, it speaks of possibility. It reminds us that the world of the past was not a static or segmented place. Cultures moved, objects journeyed, people reached further than we often imagine. A single artifact, when viewed without preconception, can open new paths through history. It can suggest connections lost to time and interactions never recorded in written word. And perhaps the coin's power lies in its isolation. It is not part of a hoard. It is not surrounded by companion pieces. It exists alone. But in that aloneness, it feels significant, almost like a message meant to be found. As though someone, centuries ago, held it in their palm and imagined it traveling far. As though they knew its story would one day be asked again and again by those who would never know their name. The Maine Penny may never give up its secrets. We may never know if it sailed on the deck of a Norse longship, tucked into a leather pouch, carried ashore under grey skies and soft rain. We may never know if it was passed from hand to hand in ceremonies of trade, gifted for hospitality, or worn by a Wabanaki elder who wondered at its origins. We may never know whether it was cherished or forgotten, buried by design, or lost by accident. But what we do know is this: it does not fit. It does not conform to the clean lines of history's official version. It sits at the edge of what we think we know, quietly reminding us that there are always gaps, always echoes, always mysteries waiting to surface. In the grand scheme of things, it is only a small object, but in its silence, it has called forth wonder. In its stillness, It has stirred questions, and in its weight, barely an ounce, it has carried the potential to reshape a part of our story. So let the coin remain mysterious. Let it rest beneath soft museum lights, undisturbed by final conclusions. Let it be what it always was, a traveler, a puzzle, a piece of the past that chose somehow to resurface. Let us journey onward, carrying the questions it leaves behind. In the quiet coastal region of Brittany, France, where the sea air carries the scent of salt and lichen clings gently to wind-worn rock, there stands a mystery older than written memory. The land rolls softly here. Low green hills cradle winding roads and clusters of farmhouses. At first glance, it seems unremarkable, peaceful, familiar. But then, out of the mist, they begin to appear. Not one or two, but hundreds, then thousands. Rows of ancient standing stones stretching across the fields like silent sentinels from another world. This is Carnac, a place where stone speaks in arrangement, and time stands still among the megaliths. The Carnac stones, located near the southern coast of Brittany, comprise one of the most remarkable and least understood archaeological sites in all of Europe. They are estimated to have been erected sometime between 4,500 and 3,300 BC, placing their origin in the Neolithic period, long before the rise of the Egyptian pyramids, and centuries before the first written symbols were carved into clay. And yet, despite their age, they remain standing, not as crumbled ruins or scattered fragments, but in long deliberate lines, orderly, intentional, and strangely haunting. There are more than 3,000 stones at Carnac, arranged in distinct alignments, clusters, and circles across several fields. The largest group, known as the Menic alignments, stretches nearly a mile, with rows of upright stones diminishing in size as they move west to east. Other alignments at Kermario, Kurlisken, and Petit Menic follow similar patterns. In some places, the stones stand over 13 feet tall, in others they are small and rounded, like weathered teeth rising from the earth. Each stone is unique, shaped by human hands with astonishing precision, then moved, sometimes from quarries miles away, and set in place. They are made primarily of granite, heavy and unyielding, requiring immense effort to transport and raise. No mortar holds them, no inscriptions mark their surface, only silence and weight. For centuries, the people of Brittany lived among the stones, weaving them into their folklore. Local legends spoke of armies turned to stone by divine wrath, or petrified druids frozen in eternal ceremony. The stones were said to move at night, to hum in the rain, to guard secrets buried deep in the earth. Farmers plowed their fields around them, children climbed them, stories clung to them like moss. But it was not until the 19th century that scholars began to study the site in earnest. Archaeologists arrived, drawn by the scale and strangeness of the stones. They mapped them, catalogued them, measured the distances between them with careful hands. And as they studied, one question began to echo louder than the rest. Why? What was the purpose of Carnac? Why had these stones been raised in such vast numbers, with such careful alignment, in this quiet corner of the world? Some suggested they were a kind of astronomical observatory. The alignments, they argued, may correspond to the movements of the sun, moon, and stars. The Neolithic builders may have used the stones to mark solstices, equinoxes, or lunar cycles, charting the heavens with stone instead of sky charts. In this view, Carnac becomes a kind of calendar in granite, set into the soil. Others proposed a more ritualistic purpose. Perhaps the stones were the backdrop for ceremonies, rites of passage, fertility rituals, or communal gatherings. Their placement may have echoed spiritual beliefs, ancestral honor, or cosmic order. The rows could have guided processions, led dancers, or stood as offerings to unseen gods. Still others saw in the stones a kind of territorial marker, a sign of power, control, or identity. The labor required to create such an expanse of monuments would have required cooperation among large groups of people, suggesting an organized society capable of collective effort on a massive scale. In this interpretation, the stones are political as much as they are spiritual, and then there are those who propose something more esoteric, an energy grid, a forgotten science, a language of the land etched in megalithic form. These ideas, often considered fringe by mainstream archaeology, speak to the enduring pull of mystery that surrounds Carnac. Because even now, after more than a century of study, no single explanation has satisfied the silence of the stones. Radiocarbon dating and stratigraphic studies have helped narrow down the timeframe of construction, but they have not revealed the reason. The absence of burials, tools or inscriptions in the immediate vicinity of many of the alignments leaves only speculation. Carnac offers no firm answers. It offers presence, and presence, here, is powerful. To walk among the Carnac stones is to feel time shift. The modern world fades. Footsteps fall softly on grassy paths between rows of granite. Shadows lean long in the evening sun. Birds wheel overhead in silence, as though they too are drawn into the quiet reverence of the place. The stones, though unmoving, seem to breathe with the land itself, standing in stillness but not in sleep. Their arrangement defies randomness. Each row bends and curves subtly, as though following a forgotten path or echoing the shape of something now gone. In some places the lines widen and narrow, creating rhythm and flow across the terrain. In others, large standing stones called menes punctuate the fields like exclamation marks, rising high above the rest. Near the Menek alignment, 11 stone circles appear at the western end, each one made of smaller stones arranged in curved enclosures. These cromlechs have sparked additional theories. Perhaps they were used to focus sound or light, to demarcate sacred spaces, or to encode celestial patterns. But again, the evidence is scarce. The meaning has been lost to time, and perhaps that is part of their magic. In a world driven by data and explanation, the Carnac stones remain quiet. They do not give away their purpose. They do not insist on being solved. Instead, they invite reflection, contemplation, stillness. Many visitors find themselves whispering when they enter the fields, not from obligation, but from instinct. The stones feel like a cathedral without walls, an ancient presence that humbles the voice and calms the mind. Some feel a chill, others feel peace. Most feel awe. Preservation efforts have helped protect the site in recent decades. In the mid-20th century, growing tourism and unregulated foot traffic began to threaten the stones with erosion and wear. Some alignments were fenced off, and pathways were created to guide visitors gently through the fields. Local authorities and archaeologists continue to study the area, using non-invasive techniques to explore what lies beneath the surface, post holes, pits, or buried stones yet to be uncovered. Despite this careful stewardship, Carnac's full story remains incomplete. Some of the original stones are now missing, repurposed over the centuries by farmers, builders, or invaders. Others have fallen or shifted slightly with the movement of the earth, but enough remain that the vision still speaks. The pattern still sings, and what a song it is. It is a song without words, a melody without sound. But in the heart of Brittany, where sea air drifts inland and clouds gather gently over the land, the stones of Carnac stand like notes in a forgotten composition, megalithic syllables from a language once spoken by the wind, the sun, and the hands of those who knew the rhythm of stone and sky. Perhaps the builders believed that to align a stone was to touch eternity, that to raise granite from the ground was to anchor meaning into the fabric of the world. Or perhaps they simply followed a tradition older than memory, doing what had always been done, without question, because the land itself had whispered where the stones should go. In the end, we may never know, but the Carnac stones do not need to be solved to be understood. Their value lies not only in the questions they raise, but in the quiet they offer. They are reminders of scale, of human persistence, of cooperation, of reverence for something greater than the self. They ask us to slow down, to walk, to listen, to wonder, and in that wondering, to feel the gentle weight of time settle across our shoulders like a cloak, not burdensome, but comforting, not oppressive, but grounding. So if ever you find yourself wandering through Brittany, follow the old roads to the fields beyond the villages. Walk gently among the stones. Let them show you the patience of granite and the beauty of mystery. Let the Carnac stones remind you that not all things must be explained. Some are simply meant to be felt. In the far reaches of the Russian Far East, where the forests grow thick and wild, and the mountain ridges ripple in pale folds across the landscape, there lies a narrow opening in a limestone cliff, a quiet entrance that leads into one of the most mysterious archaeological sites in Eurasia. This place is known as Devil's Gate Cave, a name steeped in folklore and whispered unease. But inside this cool, echoing chamber, archaeologists have uncovered traces of ancient lives so delicate and unexpected, they challenge nearly everything we thought we knew about prehistoric humanity. Nestled in the Sego Canyon mountains near the Amur River basin, the cave was first explored in earnest during the early 20th century. Its Russian name Chertovy Vorota translates literally to Devil's Gate, a title born not from any satanic legend, but from the striking twin limestone outcroppings that rise like massive pillars above the cave mouth. Locals had long avoided the site, murmuring stories of spirits, strange shadows, and unnatural happenings. But behind that folklore lay something very real, evidence of one of the oldest and most enigmatic human occupations in this entire remote region. The cave itself is modest, its entrance just wide enough for a person to walk through, opening into a cool chamber roughly 7 meters deep and 9 meters wide. The ceiling slopes gently overhead, and the natural stone walls feel timeless, worn smooth by moisture and millennia. It would not draw attention at first glance. But beneath the cave's floor, beneath layers of sediment, ash, and the remains of ancient fires, archaeologists discovered something astonishing: human remains. Not recent ones, nor even from the Iron Age or Bronze Age. These were the bones of individuals who had lived more than 7,000 years ago, well into the Neolithic era, long before cities, long before writing, long before most of what we think of as civilization had begun to form. And what made them extraordinary was not just their age, but how they had been treated. The first complete burial discovered in Devil's Gate Cave belonged to a woman. Her body had been laid to rest with great care, placed on her side with legs slightly bent and arms folded. Around her head, archaeologists found ornamental beads made of stone and shell, suggesting that she had been buried with jewelry. Nearby, tools were found, including a polished stone blade and fragments of worked bone. These weren't haphazard items. They appeared to have been placed intentionally, as if to accompany her into some unseen world. More remarkably, the burial site showed no signs of haste or disturbance. Her grave had been sealed gently beneath a thin layer of earth. The bones were undamaged, the positioning undisturbed. This was not just disposal, it was ritual. Even more intriguing were the signs of what may have been early medical intervention. In one of the skeletal remains, possibly of a man, though the sex is still debated, researchers noticed a clean, healed incision on one of the leg bones. It was not the result of trauma, not a break or a splintered wound. It appeared deliberate, controlled. Some have speculated it might represent an early surgical procedure, perhaps a form of trepanation or bone setting. If true, it would suggest that these ancient people understood not just anatomy, but healing. But how could such knowledge have existed at a time when agriculture itself was barely beginning to reach this part of the world? The Devil's Gate discoveries sent ripples through the archaeological community when they were first published in the late 20th century. In a cave once seen as ominous or even cursed, researchers had found instead a glimpse into a sophisticated, spiritually rich and possibly medically aware community, one that had lived thousands of years before recorded history. DNA extracted from the remains further deepened the mystery. The genetic sequences were among the oldest ever obtained in East Asia and showed clear ties to populations that would eventually spread across the Siberian expanse, including groups that may have crossed the land bridge into the Americas during the last ice age. These people were not isolated. They were part of a vast and shifting human story, one that we still only partly understand. Alongside the human burials, archaeologists found hearths, flint tools, remnants of food, and signs of seasonal occupation. The cave had been a shelter, a home, a ceremonial site, and perhaps even a kind of sanctuary. Its walls had watched over countless winters, countless births and deaths, countless flames flickering in the dark. And always the pattern seemed to repeat: care for the dead, reverence for the body, and attention to the afterlife. Some of the remains had been buried with what appeared to be wooden planks or mats beneath them, now long decayed, but traceable through soil discoloration and impressions in the sediment. Others were laid out in positions so precise that archaeologists believe they may have followed prescribed funerary customs, passed down over generations. Why such rituals were practiced remains open to interpretation. Perhaps they believed in a spirit world, one that mirrored their own. Perhaps they thought the dead required tools for the journey ahead, or that the living remained bound to them even after breath had left the body. Or perhaps simply, they loved their dead and could not bear to cast them away. But for all we've learned from the Devil's Gate, more questions remain. No writing system exists to tell us who these people were or what they called themselves. No monument marks their place in history. Their tools were simple. Their homes, likely seasonal huts or lean-tos, have long vanished into the forest, but their bones tell a story. Their rituals whisper across time, and the setting itself adds another layer of meaning. The Sego Canyon mountains, where the cave is located, are wild and rugged, home to thick coniferous forests, mist-draped valleys, and elusive wildlife such as the Amur leopard and the Siberian tiger. The land is both beautiful and harsh, offering shelter in summer but brutal cold in winter. To live here required resilience, ingenuity, and close knowledge of the land. The people of Devil's Gate likely hunted deer, gathered roots and berries, and fished in nearby rivers. They would have traveled on foot through dense underbrush, following the rhythms of nature. And when death came, they returned to the cave, to the quiet chamber of limestone and darkness that had watched over them for generations. Some researchers have proposed that Devil's Gate may have been more than just a burial site. It may have held spiritual significance, functioning as a kind of sacred space or ancestral shrine. Its constant temperature and secluded setting would have made it ideal for rituals. The very act of returning there to bury the dead or mark important events suggests a long-standing connection, a bond not easily explained by mere convenience. Others point to the cave's acoustics. Inside, even the softest footstep echoes gently off the walls. A whisper lingers. A cough seems to resonate beyond its source. Could sound have played a role in the rituals? Could chants, songs, or spoken words have filled the cave during burial ceremonies, echoing into the stone like prayers sent into eternity? And then there's the mystery of the name. Why Devil's Gate? Why such a title for a place filled not with malice or evil, but with gentleness, reverence, and care? Perhaps it is the contrast itself that unnerves us. That a place so ordinary in appearance, a hole in a hill, a shadow in the rock, could contain such profound meaning. Or perhaps the fear comes from what we do not understand. Ancient graves, silent bones, the unknowable intentions of those who came before. But there is something deeply human in the Devil's Gate story, something familiar. To bury the dead with care, to adorn them with ornaments, to place a tool beside them in hope or faith. These are acts we still perform, even today, in our cemeteries, in our funeral homes, in our own rituals of grief and farewell. The people of Devil's Gate may have lived 7,000 years ago, but their actions speak to something timeless. They remind us that compassion is not modern, that reverence is not new, that love for the living and for the dead has always shaped how we move through the world. And in that cave tucked away in the hills of Siberia, love still lingers in the soil. The beads, the blades, the fire pits, the bones, they remain not as relics, but as gestures, as hands reaching across time, as voices that speak without words. And so the cave, though silent, tells a story of tenderness, of complexity, of life and loss. A story science cannot fully explain. But perhaps that is the point. Perhaps the mystery is not a flaw, but a gift, an invitation to wonder, to feel, to listen, not just with the ears, but with the heart. Let the winds of Siberia whisper through the trees. Let the cave remain still beneath the limestone cliffs. And let us remember that even in the darkest chambers of the earth, humanity has always carried a light. In the quiet lowlands of what is now the Czech Republic, a place once covered in frost and brush beneath a pale ice age sky, something extraordinary lay buried beneath the soil. Not a structure, not a great monument of stone or wood, but something far smaller, something molded by a pair of careful hands nearly 30,000 years ago. The figure stands just over 4 inches tall, no more than the length of a palm, and yet it carries within its form one of the deepest and most enduring mysteries of human expression. This is the Venus of Dolní Věstonice, a prehistoric ceramic figurine made during the Upper Paleolithic period, and it remains one of the oldest known examples of fired clay sculpture in the world. It is ancient, delicate, and silent, but it has much to say. The site of Dolní Věstonice lies near the modern town of the same name, in the region of South Moravia. In the 19th century, few would have suspected what lay beneath the rolling hills and fields, but beginning in the early 20th century, a series of excavations revealed something remarkable. a vast Upper Paleolithic settlement inhabited by hunter-gatherers around the time of the Gravettian culture, approximately between 29,000 and 25,000 years ago. This was not a mere campsite. It was an organized semi-permanent habitation with hearths, clay huts, communal areas, and burial sites. And among the ashes and bones and tools, archaeologists uncovered objects that seemed to speak not only of survival, but of meaning, of ritual, of imagination. One such object was the Venus figurine, discovered in 1925 by a team led by Czech archaeologist Karel Absalon. The figurine was crafted from a mix of loess clay and powdered bone, then fired at a relatively low temperature in an open hearth. It shows a female figure, exaggerated in its features, with large breasts, wide hips, and a full, rounded belly. The head is small and faceless, with only a slight indentation to suggest eyes or a nose. The arms are barely visible, blending into the torso, and the legs taper to a point, seemingly unfinished or perhaps not meant to be detailed. At first glance, it resembles many other so-called Venus figurines found across Europe, from France to Siberia, each depicting stylized female forms with an emphasis on fertility-associated traits. But the Venus of Dolní Věstonice stands apart for several reasons. First, it is made of fired clay rather than carved stone or ivory. This suggests not only an understanding of materials, but also an early experimentation with ceramics, long before pottery became a common craft. Second, it was found in a carefully arranged context, near a hearth, alongside fragments of other figurines, animal bones, and worked flint, suggesting it had symbolic or ritual significance. And then there is the question that no archaeologist can fully answer: what was it for? The theories are many, and none are certain. Some suggest the figurine was a fertility idol, used in rites or ceremonies intended to ensure successful childbirth, healthy children, or an abundant hunt. Its form with swollen belly and pronounced breasts has been interpreted as a celebration of the female form, or a divine embodiment of nature's generative power. Others propose that it might have served as a representation of womanhood more generally, honoring matriarchs, mothers, or ancestral figures. Perhaps it was even a teaching tool, used to educate younger members of the group about pregnancy, birth, or social roles. But not all interpretations see the figurine through the lens of reverence. Some researchers have suggested the exaggerated features may not reflect veneration, but caricature, or even satire. Could it have been made for humor, or for purposes we can no longer grasp? Was it modeled after a specific woman, or was it more symbolic, an abstract form shaped by collective memory or tradition? One of the most compelling aspects of the Venus is that it appears to have cracked during firing, possibly even exploding slightly in the fire. The break was clean and did not seem to be repaired, implying that the object may have been intentionally destroyed as part of a ritual act. Some scholars believe that these figurines were never meant to endure. Instead, they were created for a moment, for a single invocation, ceremony, or offering, and then left to return to the earth, as fragile as the hopes they embodied. This aligns with another notable discovery from the Dolní Věstonice site: numerous broken or incomplete figurines, often found near hearths or in specific patterned arrangements. These were not discarded as waste, but appear to have been left deliberately, possibly as part of a complex belief system we may never fully understand. And yet, amidst all this uncertainty, there is clarity in the craftsmanship. The woman, or person who shaped the Venus, did so with intention. The curves were not accidental. The mixture of clay and bone was precise. The process of drying and firing required control and patience. This was not the idle doodling of someone passing time. It was art, or magic, or prayer. Another layer of intrigue comes from a more recent and astonishing detail: a fingerprint, preserved in the ancient clay. While it is impossible to determine the exact age or identity of the person to whom it belonged, some experts believe it may have been a child, perhaps assisting in the creation, or perhaps simply touching the soft surface before it was hardened by fire. If true, this would mean that the object was not only created by human hands, but touched, held, and interacted with as part of a lived moment. A real child, a real fire, a real intention. All of this invites us to consider the social world of the people who lived at Dolní Věstonice. They were not simple, they were not primitive in the way we often think of prehistory. They had jewelry, art, burial customs, communal dwellings, and tools of surprising refinement. They decorated mammoth ivory, carved bone into animals, and left behind tracks of meaning we are only just beginning to follow. One of the burials at the site, a young man with a twisted spine, was found covered in red ochre, with a fox pelt at his side, and a carefully constructed grave. His disability would have limited his ability to hunt or gather, yet he had been clearly cared for in life and honored in death. This suggests that their society valued more than just strength. It valued the individual, the connection, the role each person played. And into this world the Venus was born. A small sculpture, fragile and fierce, unfinished, yet complete, broken, but not forgotten. Today the Venus rests in the Moravian Museum in Brno, behind protective glass. She no longer sits near a fire, or watches over a sleeping camp, but she continues to whisper across the ages, not in words, but in shape, in silence, in presence. She reminds us that art does not begin with civilization, that symbolism did not require cities or books or organized religion, that humans, long before the written word, sought ways to represent what mattered to them: life, birth, mystery, womanhood, power, loss. And perhaps most of all, she reminds us that every artifact we uncover from the past is not just an object, it is a question. Why did they make her? Why this shape? Why that material? What did they believe? What did they hope for? The answers may never come. The clay has cooled, the fire is long gone. The people who made her left no names, no stories, no maps to follow, and yet she remains, small, solid, unfathomable. A thread, however faint, that connects us to a world buried beneath time. So as we close this chapter, let us not focus on what we do not know, but on what we feel. The awe, the curiosity, the ache of recognition. Someone long ago reached into the earth, took clay in their hands, molded it into a form that carried meaning, and risked the flames to see it hardened. And though their name is lost, their gesture remains, still, waiting, enduring. Shadows stretch long across the stone faces of Sego Canyon, where the wind whispers through juniper trees and the cliffs glow warm with rust and ochre. Here among the layered rock formations of eastern Utah, the ancient and the unknown meet in silence. Etched into the canyon walls are figures that defy simple explanation, towering beings with hollow eyes, elongated limbs, and no discernible mouths. Some float, others loom, all seem to watch. These are the Sego Canyon petroglyphs, rock carvings and pictographs made by the hands of prehistoric artists thousands of years ago. Yet, despite their age, they remain vividly intact, weathered but not erased. The air feels still around them, as though the very landscape is holding its breath. For centuries, people have stood before these figures and asked the same questions. Who made them? What did they mean? And why do they feel so otherworldly? Sego Canyon lies near the small ghost town of Thompson Springs, Utah, nestled in the arid expanse of the American Southwest. The carvings here belong to more than one cultural group, created across a vast stretch of time. The oldest belong to the Barrier Canyon style, thought to date back as far as 6,000 to 2,000 years ago. Later additions include the Fremont and Utis styles, each adding layers of meaning and visual complexity. But it is the Barrier Canyon images that draw the eye and stir the imagination. Unlike the geometric symbols or depictions of animals found elsewhere in North America, these early figures are hauntingly abstract. Many stand taller than life-size, painted or carved in red ochre, white pigment, and sometimes black. Their bodies are elongated, almost stretched. Some lack arms, others have arms raised high, as if reaching towards something unseen. Most unnerving are the faces, or the lack of them. Large, hollow eyes stare from eyeless heads. There are no mouths, no expressions, just a steady, silent gaze across the sandstone. Surrounding these main figures are clusters of smaller forms, birds, snakes, horned animals, and abstract spirals. Some are intricate, others are minimalist. Together they create a visual language that is deeply symbolic, though lost to time. Scholars generally agree that these petroglyphs were likely connected to shamanistic practices. They may represent visions experienced during altered states of consciousness, brought on by fasting, chanting, solitude, or plant-based hallucinogens. The otherworldly figures might be spiritual beings, guardians, ancestors, or deities that guided or challenged the shaman during these inner journeys. The absence of mouths, some say, could reflect the dreamlike quality of these encounters, communication through thought rather than voice. The hovering postures and floating shapes may symbolize movement between realms, the physical and the spiritual, the known and the unseen. But not everyone is convinced. Visitors and theorists alike have long noted the resemblance between the Sego Canyon figures and common depictions of extraterrestrials. Their large, oval eyes, their bulbous heads, the eerie stillness, the uncanny scale. To some it feels like a cosmic message etched into stone long before modern civilization emerged. Ancient astronaut theorists have pointed to the figures as potential evidence of contact, moments when beings from beyond Earth revealed themselves to early humans, leaving behind both awe and confusion. The idea is not new, it has echoed through books, television programs, and late-night discussions for decades. But while mainstream archaeology urges caution, the sense of mystery remains. Because even if the figures are not depictions of aliens, they still ask us to confront something outside ordinary understanding, a glimpse into a mindset, a belief system, a worldview so far removed from our own that it becomes alien in a different sense. The rock walls themselves offer no explanation. There are no written texts, no oral histories directly attached to the artists who made these specific works, yet their presence has endured. The Fremont people, who lived in the region from around 300 to 1300 AD, and added their own markings nearby. Their style was more geometric figures with square shoulders, checkerboard patterns, and distinct jewelry or headdresses. The Ute people, who came much later, after 1300 AD, and well into the period of European colonization, added depictions of horses and riders, often interpreted as warriors or hunters. These are much more recent, perhaps only a few centuries old. Together the site acts as a kind of palimpsest, a layered text in stone, each culture writing over and beside the last. Yet none seem to alter the most haunting images from the Barrier Canyon style. They remain untouched, respected, perhaps even feared. Some archaeologists believe the canyon may have been a sacred site, a place of spiritual pilgrimage or ritual activity. Its natural acoustics, steep walls and secluded location would have lent themselves to ceremonies. Firelight dancing across the figures at night, the crackle of flame, the echo of chants. It's not difficult to imagine, but this is speculation. What we know is limited to physical evidence, pigment residue, chisel marks, weathering patterns. The rest, meaning, belief, intention, resides in the silence between. That silence is deep. It has absorbed centuries of change, windstorms, sunrises, civilizations rising and falling, and still the eyes remain. The US Bureau of Land Management now protects the site. Visitors come from all over the world to walk the sandy trail and gaze upward. Some stand in reverence, others take photos. A few bring their own theories and leave small offerings, stones, feathers, bundles of sage. Everyone feels something. It's impossible not to. The figures do not shout. They do not command, but they linger, pressing gently at the edge of thought. There are those who believe that modern science will one day decode the symbolism, matching shapes to constellations, decoding repetitive motifs, or finding parallels in surviving indigenous traditions. Others argue that we may never fully understand, that the knowledge required to interpret these images died with the last of the artists who knew their meaning. Perhaps that is part of the power. To gaze at the Sego Canyon petroglyphs is to peer into a chasm of time so vast that language itself begins to dissolve. We are left only with the image, the form, the feeling. Some describe it as eerie, others find it peaceful, but everyone agrees it is strange. Why did the figures need to be so tall? Why no mouths? Why that particular bend of the arms, that flowing wave of lines across the chest? And what of the smaller figures around them? Are they witnesses? Worshippers, fragments of a longer story? We may never know, but the act of wondering connects us, across time, across belief, across silence. Not every mystery needs a solution. Some are meant to sit quietly at the edge of our understanding, pulling us gently into contemplation. The Sego Canyon petroglyphs do just that. They do not demand answers, they invite presence. To stand before them is to become still, to listen not for sound, but for the quiet weight of time. Here in a canyon carved by wind and water, the stone tells its story without words. And we, brief and passing, stop to listen. Let the questions drift like dust in the canyon air. Let your thoughts settle like pigment on sandstone. Let yourself wonder and rest. We continue from here. Above the ancient city of Cusco, where the mountains rise into cool Andean air, and the sky stretches wide with the quiet hush of high altitude, a wall waits in silence. Not a modern barrier of concrete or brick, but a massive assemblage of stone, each block unique, some towering over men, all pressed so perfectly together that not even a blade of grass can slip between them. This is Sanxingdui, a fortress, a temple, a ceremonial complex. Its true purpose remains the subject of both debate and wonder, but its engineering, its sheer physical impossibility, continues to baffle even the most seasoned minds in archaeology and architecture. Set over 12,000 feet above sea level, just outside the bounds of what was once the capital of the Inca Empire, Sanxingdui stands as one of the most striking feats of pre-modern construction ever discovered. The stones that form its walls weigh as much as 350 tons, roughly the weight of a fully loaded passenger jet, yet they were carved, moved, lifted, and locked into place without the aid of wheels, iron tools, or mortar. The Inca, who built the site, left behind no written blueprints, no texts describe the method, no legends boast of how the stones came to rest where they now stand. Instead, the evidence is silent, and the walls speak only through form. They are not regular rectangles. Instead, the stones are angular and abstract, each with its own shape, each slotting into its neighbors like the pieces of a massive three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. The fit is so exact that even after centuries of earthquakes, erosion, and conflict, the structure still stands with tight joins and no signs of collapse. In many places, not even a hairline crack interrupts the bond. Some stones stand as tall as 30 feet, others stretch more than 15 feet across. To this day, no clear explanation exists for how such irregular shapes were carved so precisely, without chisel marks, without gaps, without repeated pattern. They do not follow a uniform shape, and yet they lock together more tightly than many buildings constructed with modern cement. It is not simply the scale that astonishes, it is the artistry. Sanxingdui's zigzagging terraces rise in 3 levels, each sweeping across the landscape in vast curved lines. From a distance, the formation appears both orderly and organic, man-made, but respectful of the earth it rests on. The walls form a kind of embracing arc, looking down over the valley below, where the city of Cusco has spread over centuries like a living echo of its past. During the height of the Inca Empire in the 15th century, Cusco was known as the navel of the world, the heart of a network that stretched from modern-day Colombia in the north to Chile and Argentina in the south. The Incas, masters of organization and engineering, built roads, aqueducts, and cities with a complexity that rivaled any Old World empire. Yet even among their many accomplishments, Sanxingdui stands apart. Some researchers believe the site predates the Incas. They suggest the fortress was begun by earlier civilizations and later expanded upon by the Inca. This theory rests partly on the observation that the largest stones, those most finely fitted and seemingly the most ancient, lie at the base, while smaller, more roughly shaped stones form the upper levels. But even if others began the structure, the Inca finished it with care and vision. Historical accounts written by the Spanish during their conquest of the Andes describe Sanxingdui as a military fortress, and indeed, its placement, high above Cusco with sweeping views in every direction, makes it ideal for defense. But other scholars argue that its purpose was primarily ceremonial, linked to the worship of the sun, the cosmos, or sacred landscapes. In Inca cosmology, mountains, rivers, and stones themselves held spiritual power. Perhaps Sanxingdui was both a sacred stronghold, a meeting place of the earthly and divine. One of the most curious aspects of the site lies not in what is present, but in what is missing. Many of the smaller stones that once composed the upper walls were removed during the colonial period. The Spanish, finding ready-cut material in abundance, dismantled parts of the fortress to build churches, homes, and administrative buildings in nearby Cusco. What remains are the foundation blocks, the most impressive, the heaviest, the most immovable. The fact that they were left behind says more than words ever could. Even with iron tools and horses, the colonizers could not shift them. The stones themselves are mostly andesite and limestone, materials common in the surrounding region. They were quarried miles away, at elevations that would challenge even modern machinery. Transporting them required either dragging them across rugged terrain, possibly using wooden rollers or sheer manpower, or some other method now lost to time. The shaping process also remains unclear. There are no iron tools associated with the Inca. Some believe the stones were slowly ground and polished with harder stones, perhaps basalt, or shaped by repeatedly heating the rock and splashing it with cold water to crack it precisely. But even these methods fail to fully explain the crisp lines, the rounded corners, and the seamless joins. Then there is the question of how the stones were lifted and positioned. Ramps, levers, rope pulleys, teams of hundreds, all are possibilities. Yet none answer the puzzle entirely, especially when considering the weight and irregularity of each stone. The precision is too fine to allow for much trial and error. It's as though every stone was custom-made for its place and slotted in on the first attempt. Earthquakes, common in the Andes, have toppled many later buildings. But Sanxingdui remains largely undamaged. Its walls absorb vibration by design, each stone shifting subtly, dispersing energy through its unique shape. This too seems deliberate. And so the question remains how. How did a civilization without wheels or iron tools construct one of the most impressive dry stone structures on Earth? How did they achieve such precision, such durability, such aesthetic beauty, with what we would consider primitive means? It is here that speculation begins. Some have suggested the use of unknown ancient technologies, tools made of lost materials, or techniques passed down from earlier cultures whose knowledge has since vanished. Others suggest supernatural guidance, legends of giants, or even extraterrestrial involvement. But mainstream archaeology prefers a more grounded, if no less remarkable, answer: deep ingenuity, careful observation, generations of learning, and an intimate relationship with stone. For the Inca, architecture was not just practical, it was sacred. Buildings were aligned with celestial events. Stones were treated with reverence. Sites like Sanxingdui were not imposed upon the earth, but drawn out from it, as if following natural lines already present in the landscape. To walk among the stones is to feel that connection. There is a quiet to the place, even with tourists nearby. The wind moves softly. The stone holds warmth from the sun. Shadows nestle in the corners where walls turn and bend. Birds fly overhead, casting brief shapes across the ancient faces of the rock. And though Cusco bustles below, Sanxingdui feels removed, apart in space and time. Each stone is a message, not of words, but of will, of patience, of design. A message that says we were here, we understood this place, we shaped it, not to conquer it, but to live with it. In that message lies the real wonder. The mystery is not just in the weight of the stones, or the absence of mortar. It is in the vision that saw those stones not as obstacles, but as possibilities. It is in the hands that carved, lifted, placed, and then stepped back, letting the structure speak for itself. The wind carries no answers. The stones reveal no secrets, but as you drift through this place, let the questions rest with you. Let your breath slow. Let your thoughts settle, and know that even in silence, something enduring remains. Let us continue from here. Tucked away in the rolling heart of Bosnia and Herzegovina, just beyond the winding Forjnica River and the patchwork rooftops of the quiet town of Visoko, lies a hill that doesn't look like the others. At first glance, it is unassuming, green, steep, cloaked in trees and shrubs. But to some, its shape is too perfect to be natural. A pyramid, they say, disguised by centuries of earth and vegetation, patiently waiting to be rediscovered. Its name, the Pyramid of the Sun, the first and most prominent of what would later be called the Bosnian Pyramids, a controversial set of hills that sparked one of the most heated debates in modern archaeology. The mystery began in earnest in the year 2005, when a Bosnian-American businessman named Semir Osmanagić visited Visoko and took special notice of this curious hill. He was not an archaeologist by training, but a writer and researcher with a passion for ancient civilizations and unexplained monuments. To him, the slope and symmetry of the formation felt too precise to be a coincidence. The angles of the hills, he observed, mirrored the geometric forms of pyramids he had studied in Mesoamerica and Egypt. He made a claim few dared to imagine, that the hill was not a hill at all, but the eroded shell of a man-made pyramid, crafted by a civilization long forgotten. Osmanagić launched excavations almost immediately, bringing in volunteers, independent researchers, and teams of enthusiastic helpers. As they dug into the slopes, they uncovered stone slabs and flat surfaces. Layered blocks, seams, and joints began to appear. To Osmanagić, this was confirmation. He believed the structure had been built deliberately, using stone cut and placed by human hands. He called it the Pyramid of the Sun, and began naming nearby hills the Pyramid of the Moon, the Pyramid of the Dragon, and the Temple of Mother Earth, each supposedly forming part of a sophisticated prehistoric complex. The theory was radical. Osman Agic claimed that the Bosnian pyramids were over 12,000 years old, predating the Egyptian pyramids and the earliest known cities. He believed they were constructed using advanced technologies, possibly even harnessing sound frequencies to move and shape massive stone blocks. He cited energy measurements, airflow in underground tunnels, and the alignment of the structures with astronomical bodies as further proof. To many, it sounded fantastical, but to others, it was a revelation. The hills quickly became a sensation. Volunteers from around the world came to Vesico to join the excavations. International media outlets ran stories, television documentaries speculated on ancient civilizations, and visitors flooded the region. Local hotels, restaurants, and shops began to thrive on the newfound tourism. For a small town still recovering from the scars of war in the 1990s, the pyramid brought a strange but welcome rebirth. But not everyone celebrated. By 2006, the mainstream academic community began pushing back. Geologists and archaeologists from Bosnia and Europe publicly dismissed the pyramid theory. The European Association of Archaeologists issued a scathing statement, calling the excavation a cruel hoax that threatened genuine historical layers. Scholars argued that the stone slabs were natural conglomerates, sedimentary rocks that had fractured naturally over time. The tunnels, they said, were modern, or possibly part of old mining operations. To most professionals, there was no evidence of a lost civilization, no sign of prehistoric engineering, no reason to believe the hills were anything more than geological oddities. And yet, the debate raged on. Osman Agic refused to back down. He pointed to patterns in the rock formations, the alignment of the slopes, and unusual measurements of electromagnetic energy. He built a foundation to fund and promote continued excavation, inviting skeptics to visit and see the site for themselves. He argued that traditional archaeology was resistant to rewriting history, that gatekeepers of knowledge were unwilling to accept evidence that didn't fit neatly into established timelines. Tourists continued to arrive, drawn by curiosity, wonder, and the hope of witnessing a piece of lost history. The tunnels beneath the hills, which Osman Agic claimed were part of a vast subterranean labyrinth, became central to the mystery. The Raven tunnels, as they are called, stretch for miles beneath the ground. Visitors describe cool, crisp air, smooth walkways, and a strange stillness. Some claim to feel vibrations or spiritual energy. Others report improved health, a sense of calm, even visions. To believers, the pyramid is more than a structure, it is a sacred site, a place of healing and ancient wisdom. To skeptics, it is a case study in pseudo-archaeology, an example of how misinformation can take root when hope and imagination overpower evidence. The question remains, what exactly is hidden beneath the soil of Vesico? If the pyramid is man-made, it would rewrite the early history of Europe. It would imply the existence of a civilization capable of monumental architecture long before the Sumerians, Egyptians, or Indus Valley cultures rose to prominence. It would suggest that humans were building complex, precisely aligned structures during a time when most historians believe people were still living in small, scattered hunter-gatherer groups. But if the pyramid is natural, the story becomes one of collective belief, a case of pareidolia, seeing intentional design in natural formations. It would highlight how stories, once told often enough, take on a life of their own, and how even the scientific world can struggle to contain the tide of myth once it begins to rise. There is another dimension to the mystery, one that is more human than scientific. The Bosnian pyramids, whether real or imagined, have become a symbol of identity and resilience. For a country that endured the horrors of war and the weight of division, the pyramids offer a narrative of unity, pride, and intrigue. They have drawn together people from all walks of life, from different nations and cultures, to share in the wonder of the unknown. Perhaps that is why the debate never quite fades. Not because the evidence is overwhelming, but because the hope is persistent. Visitors continue to walk the pyramid paths, to descend into the tunnels, to feel the earth's cool breath on their skin. Some believe they are walking among the remnants of a lost civilization. Others come simply to see, to listen, to wonder, and maybe that is enough. For what is archaeology if not a conversation between the past and the present? A dialogue carried in stone and silence, in shadows and shapes, in hills that may or may not have been built by ancient hands. Night falls softly over the town of Visoko. The forests settle, the slopes of the Pyramid of the Sun glow faintly beneath the moonlight. Whether it is truly a pyramid or only a beautifully shaped hill remains uncertain, but it continues to invite questions and for some quiet answers. Let the hill rest. Let the voices fade to a hum. Let the stone keep its secrets a little longer. Close your eyes now. The questions can wait. Let's journey onward. Beneath the shifting waves of the Aegean Sea, a wrecked ship slept for more than 2,000 years. Its wooden frame long dissolved into the salt, its precious cargo scattered across the rocky seabed. Bronze statues, marble sculptures, amphorae, fragments of a world lost to time. Among these relics, buried under layers of coral and sediment, something strange emerged. Not a statue, not a weapon, not a vessel for oil or wine, but a cluster of corroded gears, barely recognizable under the encrustation of centuries. It was the year 1901 when sponge divers stumbled upon the Antikythera shipwreck, named after the small Greek island nearby. At first, they retrieved familiar treasures, beautiful and expected remnants of a wealthy Roman-era vessel. But within the crates of bronze and pottery, they found this peculiar object, a shattered mechanism made of bronze, housed in a wooden frame, its surfaces eaten away by time and sea. It didn't look like much, just a few jagged plates of metal, fused together by rust. Yet something about the gears suggested complexity, an intentionality far beyond decoration. Greek archaeologists stored the pieces in crates, unsure what they had. Decades passed before anyone truly began to study the device in earnest. Then in the 1950s, a British historian named Derek de Solla Price began to examine the corroded fragments more closely. Using radiographs, an early form of imaging, he peered beneath the bronze crust and saw a maze of interlocking teeth, like those found inside a watch. He realized what few had suspected. This was a machine, and not just any machine. It was mechanical, precise, and far more advanced than anything known from the ancient world. Eventually, this object became known as the Antikythera mechanism. Its discovery raised immediate questions. How could the ancient Greeks, around the 1st century BCE, have produced something so intricate? The level of craftsmanship and understanding of gear ratios required to build such a device was thought to be centuries ahead of its time. Piece by piece, the mystery unfolded. The mechanism originally had more than 30 meshing gears, some tiny with intricate teeth so fine they required magnification to study properly. The gears weren't decorative, they performed calculations. The mechanism had dials, inscriptions, pointers. It could track lunar phases, solar cycles, eclipses, and the positions of the planets. It was in essence an analog computer, not in the modern digital sense of course, but a mechanical device capable of modeling astronomical phenomena with remarkable accuracy. At the heart of the mechanism lay the metonic cycle, a 19-year pattern after which the phases of the moon repeat on the same days of the solar year. The Greeks had known of this cycle, but the device didn't just acknowledge it, it embodied it. With its gears, it could simulate the moon's shape for any given day, accounting for the elliptical orbit that causes the moon's speed to vary. Even more astonishing was its ability to predict eclipses. One of the dials, known as the Saros dial, tracked a period of approximately 18 years, after which solar and lunar eclipses recur in similar geometries. The machine even indicated the type of eclipse and the location of visibility. And yet all of this was hidden inside a box, no larger than a shoebox. The level of knowledge embedded in the Antikythera mechanism defied assumptions about ancient technology. Scholars once believed that geared devices of such complexity only emerged in Europe during the 14th century, with the development of mechanical clocks. And yet here was a machine, dating to around 80 BCE, that contained differential gearing and multiple axes of rotation, technologies not seen again until more than 1,000 years later. How then did it come to be? Some believe the mechanism was designed by a follower of Hipparchus, the famed Greek astronomer who lived in the 2nd century BCE. Hipparchus is credited with developing trigonometry and with discovering the precession of the equinoxes. Others point to Archimedes, who lived a century earlier and was said to have built complex mechanical devices, including Ori's models of the heavens. No matter its inventor, the mechanism stands as evidence of a lost sophistication, a window into a moment in time when science, craftsmanship, and astronomy merged into something truly extraordinary. But why was it built? One theory suggests it was used as an educational tool, perhaps to demonstrate the workings of the cosmos to students or nobility. Another proposes it was a navigational aid for sailors, though its fragility makes this unlikely. A third theory holds that it was built for ceremonial or calendrical purposes, to track festivals, religious dates, and astrological events. The outer casing, now long gone, may have resembled a wooden box with doors. When opened, one would have seen bronze dials on the front and back, pointers moving gracefully across engraved scales. A hand crank may have turned the gears, setting the mechanism in motion, day by day, year by year. But how widespread was such technology? Was the Antikythera mechanism a one-of-a-kind masterpiece, the product of a singular genius, never to be replicated? Or was it simply the only surviving example of a broader tradition now lost to rust and ruin? No other device like it has ever been found. Despite intense searches and excavations, no Greek or Roman text explicitly describes such a machine. Only hints remain, in writings by Cicero, who once spoke of a model of the sky made by Archimedes. But whether that device bore any resemblance to the Antikythera mechanism remains unknown. Today, the original fragments are housed in the National Archaeological Museum of Athens, where they sit behind glass, delicate and darkened by centuries beneath the sea. Modern researchers, using CT scans and imaging software, have reconstructed virtual models of the mechanism, bringing its gears back to life. Museums and universities have built replicas, some in brass, others using three-dimensional printing, each an attempt to restore what time nearly erased. And yet the core mystery lingers. How did such complexity arise in an era when most engineering was still rudimentary? Why were there no successors? No schools of mechanists preserving and advancing the art? Perhaps the knowledge was never widespread. Perhaps it was the work of a small circle of scholars, their methods passed down by word of mouth and lost during times of war, conquest, or neglect. Or perhaps the device was simply too advanced, an idea before its time, created in a world not yet ready to understand or sustain it. The shipwreck itself hints at a story. The vessel was likely a Roman trading ship, carrying cargo from the eastern Mediterranean to the Italian peninsula. It may have departed from the coast of Asia Minor, loaded with treasures, art, sculptures, and this singular machine. A storm brought it down near Antikythera, where it rested undisturbed for over 2 millennia. When the divers surfaced with its pieces, they had no idea what they had found. Nor could they have imagined the impact it would have more than a century later. Now we look at the Antikythera mechanism not only as a relic of ancient ingenuity, but as a humbling reminder of how much can be lost, of how narrow our understanding of history truly is. For every scroll that burned in the Library of Alexandria, for every invention buried with its maker, we are left with shadows and whispers. The Antikythera mechanism speaks from that silence. A voice from the past not written in ink, but shaped in bronze and precision. It asks no questions aloud, but its very existence compels us to wonder. Beneath the surface of knowledge, like the shipwreck itself, lie currents of forgotten wisdom. Let the gears turn soft and unseen, let the stars trace their paths once more. And as the mechanism slowly winds down, so too can your breath. You are floating now, among questions without answers. Drift there a while, we continue forward. Far along the northern coast of Ireland, where the land gives way to waves and stone, there lies a stretch of coastline unlike anything else in the world. Here the cliffs are steep and dark, weathered by centuries of salt and wind, and the sea rolls in with a rhythm as old as time. Yet what draws people here isn't the ocean's roar or the cliff's height, but the curious columns that rise from the earth in perfect hexagonal precision. Row after row, they form stepping stones into the sea, as if placed there with purpose, as if laid down by the hand of something far greater than mere erosion. This is the Giant's Causeway. Tens of thousands of interlocking basalt columns, each with sides so geometric and uniform they seem unnatural. Some are low to the ground, like cobbles on an ancient path. Others tower like pillars, stacked in layers and tiers. The columns are mostly hexagonal, though a few stray into 5, 7, or even 8 sides. They fit together with the precision of a tiled mosaic, yet they are not man-made, not by modern tools at least. For centuries, the people of Ireland told a different story. According to legend, this was no geological fluke, but the work of a giant. A mighty figure named Fionn mac Cumhaill, or Finn MacCool, who built the causeway as a bridge across the sea to Scotland. Some say he was challenged by a rival Scottish giant named Benandana, and rather than swim or sail, Fionn chose to lay a path of stone. With each stride, he placed another massive column into the sea, connecting Ireland to Scotland like a thread across the waves. As the story goes, Fionn did indeed complete the causeway, but what followed is a tale of wit rather than war. Seeing the sheer size of Benandana, Fionn fled back to Ireland, disguising himself as a baby. When Benandana arrived and saw the child, he panicked. If the baby was that large, how fearsome must the father be? He tore up the causeway and fled back across the sea, leaving only remnants behind. Of course, mythology is not science, but even science, in this case, cannot completely erase the wonder. Geologists tell us the formation was created around 50 to 60 million years ago, during a period of intense volcanic activity in the Paleogene period. Molten basalt erupted from deep beneath the Earth's surface and spread outward in thick molten sheets. As the lava cooled, especially when it did so slowly and evenly, it contracted. The contraction caused the surface to crack, just like mud dries and splits into patterns. But instead of random shapes, the stresses resulted in hexagons, a shape that allows for efficient uniform spacing. This cooling process happened deep within the lava flow. The cracking propagated downward, forming vertical columns, each like a frozen ripple from a cooling ocean of stone. Over time, erosion did its work. The softer layers above wore away, revealing the columns beneath. What remained was the surreal landscape we now call the Giant's Causeway. That is the explanation taught in schools. That is the geological consensus. And yet, standing there with the ocean mist on your face and the wind howling through the crevices, it's difficult not to feel something else. Something older, something mythical. The causeway feels deliberate, not accidental, and even with modern tools and measurements, the formation continues to puzzle, because this isn't just one or two curious rocks. It is a sprawling array of approximately 40,000 columns, spread across nearly 4 miles of coast. They follow no simple grid. Some rise high, others sink low, but all remain fitted together as if designed. Some form steps that lead into the sea, while others jut from cliffs as if the earth itself cracked open to reveal a secret architecture. There are parts of the formation with names, like the wishing chair, a natural throne made of worn columns that fits a seated person perfectly. There's the giant's boot, shaped like a discarded shoe, and the organ pipes, tall vertical columns resembling the pipes of a cathedral instrument. Each one bears the mark of time, and yet they remain distinct, named by those who couldn't help but attach story to shape. No signs of tools have ever been found. No evidence of carving, no marks of chisel or hammer, and still the uniformity remains. It is as if nature itself adopted geometry in its design. Some have questioned whether similar formations exist elsewhere, and they do. In Scotland, at Fingal's Cave on the island of Staffa, nearly identical basalt columns emerge from the sea, echoing the very path Fionn was said to have laid. There are formations in Iceland, California, and Armenia, all made through the same volcanic process. Yet none rival the sheer scale or mythic atmosphere of the Giant's Causeway. The name itself is telling, not basalt pathway, not columned coast, but causeway, as in a road. A bridge, a connection between two places, and the giant, a nod to the belief that something beyond the human had once walked here. In 1839, the area first drew scientific attention from scholars who wanted to preserve its wonders. Eventually, in 1986, it was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site, ensuring its protection for future generations. But the questions linger. How did ancient peoples understand what they saw here? How did they interpret the stones before volcanology existed? Some researchers speculate that the area held religious or spiritual significance long before the Irish legends were written down. There are no known ancient settlements directly atop the causeway, but nearby burial mounds and cairns suggest the region was inhabited and considered sacred. Others have wondered if the shape of the columns could have been used for astronomical observations, or as sound chambers, or for ceremonial processions. But without artifacts, without written records, the truth is locked in silence. Occasionally, fringe theorists drift into the picture. Some suggest that ancient civilizations may have manipulated the lava with forgotten technology. Others point to the shape and placement of the columns as evidence of lost knowledge. A few even speculate extraterrestrial involvement, though such ideas remain far outside the realm of accepted science. Still, there is something uncanny about the causeway's perfection. Even now, visitors walk across the stones slowly, their footsteps echoing as if inside a cathedral. The sounds of the waves fill the air. The sea crashes into the lower edges of the formation, sending up spray and foam, but the columns stand firm, untouched for millions of years. The basalt itself has a dark, rich tone. When wet, it shines almost black. In the golden light of late afternoon, it glows with amber edges. The contrast between the natural wildness of the sea and the precise geometry of the columns creates a dissonance that few places on Earth can replicate. During storms, the waves slam into the rocks with great force, but the formation holds. It has survived ice ages, tectonic shifts, and time itself. Long after modern buildings have turned to dust, these stones will still rise from the sea. Perhaps that is part of the allure. The idea that something so ancient, so unknowable, can still be touched, still be climbed, still be witnessed. The causeway reminds us that the Earth itself is capable of architecture, that patterns do not belong only to humans, that stories may grow from shapes, and sometimes, those shapes outlast the stories. As you imagine the waves pulling gently at the edges of the shore and the wind whispering through the hollow spaces between the stones, it's easy to drift. To picture Phaeon, the giant, reaching down to place another perfect piece. To picture time itself folding these rocks, smoothing their edges, and leaving behind only what was meant to remain. No matter how much we learn, or how closely we study, some places hold their silence. And so the giant's causeway rests. Not just a geological marvel, not just a tale passed down in hushed voices, but a place where science and myth coexist, where the line between natural and intentional blurs, where questions rise from the earth like columns toward the sky. Let the stone remain steady beneath your feet, let the sea continue its quiet chant. Let your breath soften as you close your eyes, and feel the hush of the causeway settle around you. You are safe here, among the pillars, among the questions, among the quiet. We journey onward. Beneath the rolling limestone hills of central Portugal lies a narrow valley known as Lepedo. It's a quiet place, covered in low grasses and shrubs, the kind of spot where time passes unnoticed. Tucked away in this landscape is a small rock shelter, once used by ancient peoples as a refuge from sun, wind, and rain. For thousands of years, it sat undisturbed, forgotten beneath layers of dust and sediment. Then, one day, in the late 20th century, that silence was broken. In the winter of 1998, archaeologists began excavating the Lega Valho rock shelter near the town of Leiria. What they found would challenge some of the deepest assumptions about human history. A shallow grave, delicately cut into the sediment, held the remains of a child, small, fragile, yet preserved with surprising clarity. The skeleton was curled on its left side, the way one might lie in sleep. It had been buried with care, painted with red ochre, a pigment often used in prehistoric rituals. Scattered around the grave were fragments of pierced shells and animal bones, perhaps once part of a necklace or a ritual offering. This child, no older than 4 years, would come to be known as the Lepedo child. Initial analysis of the bones suggested a human burial, specifically an early modern human. The skull was rounded, the face small and flat, with features consistent with Homo sapiens. But as researchers continued their work, inconsistencies began to emerge. The limb proportions were unusual. The child's legs were short in relation to the body, more similar to what one might expect from a Neanderthal. The jawbone, too, was peculiar, stronger than expected, with a shape somewhere between Neanderthal and modern human. The pelvis shared traits from both species. Even the thickness of the bones raised eyebrows. It was as though the skeleton belonged to two worlds, not entirely one or the other. By 1999, the implications were being quietly discussed behind closed doors. Could this child represent evidence of interbreeding between Neanderthals and modern humans? The idea was not entirely new. Scientists had long speculated that such contact may have occurred as Homo sapiens spread into Europe. But direct, physical evidence, that had remained elusive, until now. If the Lepedo child was indeed a hybrid, it would be the first known burial of its kind. And that, more than the ochre or the shells or the grave itself, is what set the archaeological world alight. Dating tests revealed that the burial had taken place roughly 24,500 years ago, placing it well within the Upper Paleolithic period. By that time, Neanderthals were thought to have already disappeared, gone from the fossil record for several thousand years. And yet here was a child, tucked carefully into a hillside, bearing traits that simply didn't fit into a tidy evolutionary timeline. Some researchers began to argue that Neanderthals may not have vanished entirely, but rather had merged in part with incoming human populations. Others were more cautious. Could these traits be a result of environmental adaptation? Could the skeletal features be regional or genetic quirks? The debate grew quickly. What makes this case especially haunting is the personal nature of it. This was a child, one who had been mourned, buried with intention, loved by a family we will never know. The red ochre smeared across the bones is not a casual detail. It suggests symbolism, perhaps a belief in life beyond death, or a desire to mark the child's passage from one realm to another. Whether the people who buried the Lepedo child knew of any differences in his ancestry is impossible to say. To them he may have simply been their son, their brother, their companion. The burial alone is significant. Paleolithic graves are rare, child burials even more so. And yet here, in a remote Portuguese valley, someone had taken the time to prepare the ground, to position the body just so, to scatter artifacts and dye the bones in crimson. As scientists examined the site further, they found no signs of trauma, no evidence of violence or injury. The cause of death remains unknown. Perhaps illness took him, perhaps hunger, but his rest was undisturbed until modern hands uncovered him once more. More recent advancements in genetics have only added layers to the mystery. In the early 2000s, studies of ancient DNA began to reveal that modern humans of non-African descent carry small percentages of Neanderthal DNA, sometimes as much as 1 to 4%. This discovery confirmed that interbreeding had occurred, though when and where was still unclear. The Lepedo child, then, may represent a rare glimpse into that moment of convergence, when two species met, mingled and reshaped the human story. Critics have not remained silent. Some argue that the features observed in the Lepedo child can be found in certain populations of modern humans. Others suggest that the skeleton was distorted by burial pressure or erosion. The site itself had suffered damage from earlier, undocumented activity. Fossil hunters had disturbed parts of the cave decades earlier. This has made it difficult to reconstruct the full context of the burial. Yet, even with these uncertainties, the fascination remains. There is something deeply human about the Lepedo child, not just as an object of study, but as a symbol, a quiet reminder that the path of evolution is not always linear, that history is shaped not just by battles or inventions, but by silent, intimate moments, like the death of a child in a limestone shelter. The location itself is serene. The Lepedo Valley is narrow, tucked between low ridges with olive trees and wild grasses growing along the slopes. Birds nest in the crevices. The wind moves slowly through the grasses, never too harsh, always steady. Standing at the site today, one might never guess what lies beneath. Time has softened the landscape, but just beneath the soil, in layers of ochre and earth, the past still whispers. To date, no other remains quite like the Lepedo child have been found. There are fragments, hints here, a tooth, there a bone, that suggest other points of contact between Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, but none so complete, none so vivid. The child's face has been reconstructed through forensic modeling, high cheekbones, a wide brow, dark eyes, but no image can truly capture what was lost. The expression is gone, the laugh, the voice. All that remains is bone, pigment, and questions. Still, the presence of ritual makes the story linger. Whoever buried this child did so with reverence. The ochre in particular points to a symbolic world, one that transcends mere survival. It suggests memory, grief, and hope. Some anthropologists see the Lepedo child not just as a link between species but as a key to understanding the emergence of culture itself. Burials of this kind speak to something deeper, a recognition of individuality, a belief in the sacred. Even if the precise meaning is lost to us, the gesture endures. The ochre clings still to parts of the skeleton, a deep red that time has not dulled. It seeps into the porous bone like a blush, like the last warmth of life preserved in color. It is a small thing, and yet it tells so much. The mystery of the Lepedo child lies not just in science, but in emotion. He was both ancient and young, both known and unknown, a convergence of two worlds, buried in silence, then uncovered in wonder. Perhaps he was the beginning of something, or the end. Perhaps he was neither. Perhaps he was simply a child. And now, he is part of us all. Let the dust settle gently across the hillside once more. Let the silence resume its quiet reign over stone and soil. Let the red of the ochre fade into the earth, as it always was meant to. And let the child rest, still curled, still waiting, still part of the long story of who we are. Long before the sand-swallowed temples, or the sea-buried stone, there stood a city at the edge of two worlds. A place where Egypt met the Mediterranean, where myth merged with memory, and where gods and kings were once honored beneath towering statues and golden shrines. That place was Thonis-Heracleion, now silent, sunken, and lost for over a millennium beneath the murky waters off Egypt's northern coast. Few cities have inspired such awe in their rediscovery. For centuries, Thonis-Heracleion existed only in fragments of Greek texts and fading whispers of Egyptian inscriptions. Ancient historians mentioned a thriving port, a religious hub dedicated to Heracles, a gateway through which all foreign ships once passed before entering the Egyptian heartland. But no one knew where it had gone, or if it had ever truly existed at all. Then in the year 2000, after years of searching and surveying, a team of underwater archaeologists led by Frank Goddio made a discovery that defied belief. Roughly 4 miles off the modern coast of Alexandria, buried beneath layers of sand and silt at the bottom of Abukir Bay, the ruins of an ancient city slowly came into view. Massive statues, broken but still majestic, lay in the seabed like sleeping giants. Stone columns and temple remnants were scattered across the ocean floor. Jewelry, coins, ceremonial boats, and the remains of buildings emerged from the depths, remarkably preserved, despite the centuries. A world long forgotten had revealed itself in silence, beneath the waves. Thonis-Heracleion had not been a myth, it had been real. What puzzled scholars was not just the city's existence, but how it had vanished so completely. Unlike cities lost to war or abandonment, this one had been swallowed whole by the sea. Its structures did not collapse from neglect. They had sunk, intact, beneath the surface, preserved like an offering to the deep. The city appears to have flourished between the 8th century and the 4th century before the Common Era. During that time, it was a vital hub for commerce, culture, and religion. Every ship entering Egypt from the Mediterranean was required to stop there, to pay taxes and receive inspection. Its harbors were bustling with goods from Phoenicia, Greece, and the far reaches of the ancient world. Gold, wine, grain, linen, all passed through its customs houses. Priests managed vast temple complexes, and colossal statues stood watch over the docks. Yet by the time of the 2nd century before the Common Era, records grow quiet. Thonis-Heracleion fades from the written word. The sea, it seems, had claimed it. But how? Theories abound. One explanation points to natural disasters. Earthquakes may have destabilized the ground beneath the city. Ancient Egyptian texts speak of the Nile Delta being prone to liquefaction, where waterlogged earth becomes unstable during seismic activity. If a powerful tremor struck the region, the very ground beneath the city could have turned to slurry. Buildings, statues, and streets would have slowly sunk beneath their own weight. Another possibility lies in rising sea levels and changes in the Nile's course. The delta is a fragile landscape, constantly reshaped by water, erosion, and the settling of sediment. Over time, sections of land may have been gradually submerged, especially if combined with human overuse or neglect of irrigation systems. When the balance between land and water faltered, the city may have simply slipped beneath the waves. Despite these scientific explanations, the scale of the preservation remains extraordinary. The artifacts recovered are not merely scattered ruins, but include stone sarcophagi, inscribed stelae, coins stamped with rulers' names, and ceremonial objects that seem untouched by time. Some temples remain partially upright. Massive granite statues, 20 feet tall and weighing over 5 tons, lay gently at rest, their carved faces still bearing expressions of solemnity. What's equally remarkable is the dual identity of the city. Egyptians knew it as Thonis, while Greeks called it Heracleion, each assigning their own significance to the port. For Egyptians it was sacred, the place where Heru Horus was believed to have first arrived in Egypt. For the Greeks it was linked to Heracles, their mythic hero. Some even believed Helen of Troy and Paris had once landed there on their fateful voyage. The city was in many ways a cultural mirror, reflecting the beliefs, commerce and politics of both civilizations at once. Temples dedicated to Amun-Jareb and other deities stood near Greek shrines, and Egyptian hieroglyphs were often carved alongside Greek letters. The city was not merely a port, it was a crossroads of ancient faith and trade, a spiritual and economic nerve center for two powerful worlds. Among the most haunting finds were ceremonial barges, flat-bottomed wooden boats used in religious rituals. These vessels were crafted with care and intended to carry statues of gods through sacred waters. Their presence beneath the sea, lying gently beside collapsed columns and statues, adds a strangely tranquil beauty to the underwater ruins, as though the city had not drowned in violence, but had merely drifted into sleep. Divers also found small votive offerings, gold amulets, animal figurines and intricately worked jewelry. These personal items, once clutched in hands during prayer or celebration, speak to daily life in the city. Not just the grandeur of rulers and priests, but the quiet devotion of ordinary people. Women making offerings for fertility, merchants asking for safe voyages, children honoring their ancestors. The stone stelae found at the site include inscriptions with dates, tax regulations, and legal decrees, some written during the reign of Pharaoh Nectanebo I in the 4th century before the Common Era. These artifacts provide rare historical confirmation of the city's operations, and yet still leave vast questions unanswered. Why did the city fall so rapidly into obscurity? Why was it never rebuilt or relocated? And why did it remain hidden for over 1,000 years, mentioned only in passing by ancient writers? Today, Thonis-Heracleion rests beneath 15 feet of water and nearly 7 feet of sand and clay. Exploration of the site continues slowly, delicately. Every object recovered must be carefully catalogued and preserved. The underwater environment, though protective, is fragile. Too much disruption, and the city might scatter again, this time beyond recovery. For visitors to modern Egypt, the site remains out of reach. Thonis-Heracleion is not a destination to stroll through, but a dream glimpse through sonar scans and divers' footage. Museums display fragments of what was found, carved heads, coins and stone reliefs, but the city itself sleeps beneath the waves, unmoved. There is a strange calm in that. Not all cities are meant to last forever. Some exist only for a time, brilliant, fleeting, then lost to silence. Thonis-Heracleion stands as a testament to that quiet transience, a place where civilizations met, flourished, and faded, where gods were honored, and ships passed through under the eyes of stone sentinels, where rituals echoed across harbors now drowned in blue stillness. Its rediscovery in the 21st century was not a loud event. There was no single moment when it burst into light. Instead, it emerged piece by piece, like a memory returning slowly. A statue's arm here, a temple step there. Over years the shape of the city returned, not whole but enough to remind us that it had once been real. And still, it raises questions. How many other cities lie beneath seas and sands, waiting to be found? How many myths, dismissed as fiction, were grounded in truth? Thonis-Heracleion is more than a ruin. It is a boundary between the known and the forgotten, the surface and the depths. As waves continue to roll gently across the bay, and fish pass between ancient columns, the city remains quiet. No bells toll from its temples, no voices rise from its streets, yet its story endures, not just in stone, but in wonder. Let the water settle once more, let the memories drift just below the surface, and let Thonis-Heracleion rest where it has always belonged. Half history, half dream, held gently by the sea. Scattered across the vast sun-scorched landscapes of the Middle East, where the wind carves through sand and the silence stretches endlessly, there lies a mystery so immense it can only be seen from above. From the ground, it might be easy to walk past without noticing anything remarkable. A few low stone walls, some shallow alignments of rock, barely rising above ankle height, weathered by centuries of dust storms and desert heat. But from the air, these patterns transform. They stretch outward like wings, long tapering lines of stone converging towards enclosures. Some are shaped like a V. Others resemble hourglasses. Some even form elaborate branching paths, like the veins of a leaf turned to stone. Early pilots flying over the deserts of Jordan, Syria, and Saudi Arabia were among the first to notice them in modern times. From the sky, the shapes became unmistakable, and so they gave them a name: desert kites. Locals too have long known of these structures, calling them the works of the old men, a name passed down through generations, evoking a time long forgotten and people long gone. They didn't know who built them, only that they were ancient and that no one alive had ever seen them used. These desert kites are made from thousands of small stones, meticulously arranged into lines that stretch for incredible distances, sometimes over 40 miles in length. The lines are always low to the ground, rarely more than a meter high, and they often end in large circular or rectangular enclosures, surrounded by additional stone pens or pits. Many are so faint, they were only rediscovered with the help of aerial photography and satellite imagery. The sheer scale of these structures is what first drew archaeologists' attention. Constructing them would have required coordinated effort on a large scale, surveying land, sourcing and moving stones, planning exact geometries, and building across uneven terrain. This was not the work of a single person or a small group. These were collective projects, sprawling, planned, and deeply intentional. But the purpose, that's where the mystery begins. The leading theory, and the one that lends the kites their nickname, is that they were used as ancient hunting traps. The long arms of the kite would funnel herds of animals, like gazelles, wild goats, or oryx, toward the narrow end, guiding them into the enclosure where hunters could ambush or corral them. Some researchers suggest that pits at the end of the kite may have been covered, turning the final moments into deadly traps. Others propose that the pens allowed for live capture, possibly for later slaughter or even temporary domestication. If this theory is correct, it would mean these kites represent one of the earliest forms of mass-scale hunting infrastructure, a precursor to the corrals and fences of later pastoral societies. They would show that long before industrial agriculture, people were managing the movement of wild animals using planned architecture and group cooperation. But there are problems with this explanation. For one, many kites are located in areas where wild game would have been scarce even in ancient times. The desert environment is harsh, water is limited, food sources for large herds would have been seasonal at best. Some kites are also built on sloped or uneven ground, making their effectiveness as hunting traps questionable. And not all of them end in enclosures. Some seem to lead nowhere at all. This has led others to propose alternate explanations. Some researchers believe the kites were not purely for hunting, but may have served a ritual or symbolic function. Perhaps they were sites for communal gatherings, ceremonies, or seasonal celebrations. The act of herding and capturing could have held spiritual or social significance beyond just food. In this view, the kites may have been both practical and sacred tools for survival and symbols of human ingenuity. There's also the question of when they were built. Radiocarbon dating from charcoal and remnants found at kite sites suggests construction began as early as 300 BCE, though some researchers believe they could be older. What's striking is how many of these structures there are. Thousands have been identified across Jordan, Syria, Saudi Arabia, and parts of Iraq. Some regions contain dozens within just a few square miles, forming networks that hint at regional planning. That kind of coordination suggests a surprisingly advanced level of social organization. These weren't scattered hunter-gatherer bands building things in isolation. This was something larger, cooperative societies with shared knowledge and long-term vision. To map, build and maintain stone structures across such distances would require stable leadership, communication systems, and a sense of communal purpose. And yet, no written records remain. No names of the builders, no preserved tools, no text carved into stone explaining how or why they worked. Even more curious are the patterns of decay. Some kites appear heavily eroded and abandoned, while others show signs of later modification. It's possible that different groups reused or rebuilt kites over the centuries, adapting them to shifting herds, changing climates, or evolving beliefs. Like rings in a tree trunk, the layers of construction might tell a deeper story, if only we knew how to read them. Satellite imagery has revealed even more secrets. In recent years, researchers using drones and high-resolution mapping have discovered kite-like structures in areas previously thought to be empty of ancient architecture. Some of these kites stretch across modern roads, cut through by railways, or lie beneath layers of sand and scrub. Their patterns emerge like ghosts in the terrain, reminders of a forgotten world built by hands we'll never know. As with so many ancient mysteries, interpretations vary. There are those who believe the kites show evidence of pre-agricultural engineering, meaning that early humans were altering the landscape in deliberate long-term ways even before farming took root. Others argue that the kites are evidence of transitional societies, communities halfway between nomadic hunting and settled farming, using both strategies depending on the season. And then there are the more speculative theories. Some have proposed that the kites weren't for animals at all, but for astronomical alignment or processional routes guiding people rather than prey. Perhaps the kites acted as spiritual paths, marking solstices, stars, or significant seasonal events. Or maybe they functioned as visual markers, boundaries between territories, or symbolic representations of the landscape itself. Without definitive evidence, each theory remains just that, a possibility. Still, one thing is clear: these were not random piles of rock, they were intentional. They were vast, and they required a level of planning and labor coordination that hints at complex social structures far earlier than many once believed possible in these desert regions. Today, the kites remain largely undisturbed, slowly fading into the sand and stone. Wind howls through their empty corridors, shadows stretch across the low walls as the sun sets over the silent desert, and somewhere between the cracks and dust lies a truth we may never fully uncover. But perhaps that's what makes them beautiful. Not every ancient question needs an answer. Some simply ask us to pause, to look down at the earth, and to imagine the lives of those who came long before us. Let's keep going. A brittle sheet of metal, carefully unrolled by human hands over 2,000 years after it was first hidden away, reveals not poetry, not lore, not myth, but something far more provocative: a list, a numbered inventory, line after line of locations and measurements, each one ending with the promise of unimaginable wealth. Bars of gold, vessels of silver, and vast hoards of buried treasure. This isn't a tale from folklore or a page from some romantic legend. It is a real archaeological artifact, etched not into parchment or papyrus, but into a scroll made of copper, known simply as the Copper Scroll. It stands apart from every other manuscript discovered in the caves near the Dead Sea, while other scrolls, found tucked away in clay jars and linen wrappings, contained religious texts, biblical commentaries, and apocalyptic visions. This one is cold and pragmatic. It lists in detail the locations of 64 caches of precious metals and sacred items, hidden across the Judean countryside. Yet to this day, not a single one has ever been found. The scroll was discovered in March of 1952, during the last wave of archaeological digs at the site of Qumran, near the northwestern shore of the Dead Sea. It was tucked into a small crevice in Cave 3, hidden behind a stone wall. Unlike the fragile scrolls of parchment found elsewhere, this one was impossible to simply unroll. Time had rendered the copper brittle, flaking and green with corrosion. For years it remained locked in its coiled shape, unreadable. Eventually, it was decided that the only way to examine the contents without destroying them was to cut the scroll into strips. And so, with precision and patience, the artifact was sliced lengthwise, like a metal cylinder being unwrapped. Once laid flat, the scroll revealed its message, etched in Hebrew letters with a stylus, as though scratched into a sheet of metal meant to endure beyond centuries of decay. What makes the Copper Scroll so remarkable is not just its material, but its content. Most ancient texts offer insight into the beliefs, laws, and stories of their time. The Copper Scroll, however, presents itself like a cryptic treasure map. It reads almost like a list one might expect from a pirate's hoard, though written with the dry specificity of a tax ledger. Each entry follows a pattern, a location, often cryptically described using landmarks or coded terms, a depth or distance to be dug or explored, and then a weight, usually in talents or shekels of gold, silver, or other valuables. Some of the listings are incredibly precise, such as in the ruin, which is in the valley of Achor, under the steps, with the entrance at the east, a distance of 40 cubits, a strong box of silver and vessels, with a total weight of 17 talents. In modern terms, 17 talents would equal more than 1,000 pounds of silver. Multiply that by 64 entries, and the wealth described in the scroll becomes staggering. But the riches themselves are only part of the mystery. One of the earliest puzzles scholars faced was the language itself. Though written in a form of ancient Hebrew, it contains words and phrasing not seen in other texts from Qumran. The style is terse and businesslike, more akin to a list of instructions than a sacred document. Some researchers believe this suggests a different authorship entirely, perhaps even that the copper scroll originated from outside the community of scribes that produced the other Dead Sea Scrolls. Its uniqueness doesn't end there. Most Dead Sea Scrolls are deeply spiritual, filled with prayers, laws, and prophetic visions. The copper scroll, by contrast, contains no theological reflections, no divine names are invoked. There is no indication of worship or ritual. It is in essence a catalogue, a silent record of something massive, hidden, and forgotten. Speculation as to its origin has taken many paths. One theory suggests it was a secret record kept by Jewish priests fleeing the Roman siege of Jerusalem in the year 70. According to this view, as the temple faced destruction, priests may have hidden sacred treasures in caves, wells, and ruins scattered across the land, then documented the locations in this one surviving scroll. This theory fits with the time period and explains the scroll's emphasis on precious metals and temple-related artifacts. Another possibility is that the treasures never existed at all, that the copper scroll is a symbolic text, meant to convey spiritual wealth rather than material riches. But the specificity of the entries, measuring distances, giving landmarks, recording weights, argues against such abstraction. This is not a poetic work, it is a record designed to be used, yet no known record from the ancient world mentions the hiding of temple treasures on such a scale. The Romans, known for their meticulous record-keeping, never wrote of discovering such hoards, neither did the early Christians, nor later Jewish sources. This silence casts doubt over whether the treasure was ever real, or whether it was simply never found. Modern attempts to decipher the locations listed in the copper scroll have faced immense challenges. Many of the place names are either obscure, lost to time, or encoded. Terms like the Valley of Sheva, or the cistern at Mattia's courtyard, provide little guidance without a detailed map from the era. Some have tried to match the entries with archaeological sites, but the Judean desert is vast, and erosion has altered the landscape considerably over 2,000 years. Moreover, if the treasures were buried during a time of crisis, perhaps during the Jewish revolt against Rome, it is entirely possible that they were later recovered, plundered, or relocated without record. Or perhaps the scroll itself was never meant for wide use. It may have been a copy, or even a decoy, made to preserve a record that only a select few could understand. In the 20th century, some groups attempted treasure hunts based on the copper scroll. In the 1950s and 60s, expeditions dug around Qumran and nearby sites, hoping to unearth even a fragment of the described treasure. They found nothing. Others have claimed to possess secret knowledge or code-breaking insights that reveal the scroll's true message, but none have produced tangible results. Its composition continues to fascinate. The scroll's copper alloy is unusually pure, suggesting it was manufactured with great care. The scribe's handwriting is uneven, perhaps due to the difficulty of inscribing on metal rather than parchment. Some believe the text may have been copied from an earlier version, perhaps a papyrus that has long since vanished. If so, then this copper version may have been created for durability, meant to survive catastrophe or time itself. Unlike myths of Atlantis or the Ark of the Covenant, the copper scroll doesn't ask for belief. It simply exists, etched in metal, housed in museums and read line by scholars, students, and dreamers. It offers no narrative, no moral, just a whisper from the past, a ledger without an ending. And that lack of conclusion is perhaps its most haunting feature. Most artifacts give us a glimpse into ancient life, how people lived, what they believed, how they worked, prayed, and died. The copper scroll hints at something different. It suggests a plan, a deliberate act of concealment, executed on a grand scale. It leaves behind the implication of something vast and hidden, something once vital enough to be recorded on a sheet of hammered metal and sealed in a cave. Whether the treasure was ever real, whether it lies still beneath the soil of Israel or Jordan, whether it was looted long ago or never existed at all, these are questions we may never answer. And yet the scroll remains, quiet, unyielding, and strange. It draws people in, not with legend, but with possibility, not with stories of what was, but with mysteries that still could be. It blurs the line between archaeology and adventure, between history and imagination. Each line inscribed in that copper sheet holds a thread, fraying slightly in the wind of time, waiting for someone to follow it. Sometimes, the most compelling stories are not the ones we fully understand, but the ones that refuse to be understood. The copper scroll is one such story, half map, half enigma, entirely real, and still waiting. High in the Indian Himalayas, beyond the reaches of roads and nestled within a desolate alpine landscape, lies a frozen lake that remains hidden beneath snow and ice for most of the year. When the summer sun briefly thaws its icy surface, what emerges is not the sparkle of water or the calm reflection of mountain skies, but the glint of bone, human bones, hundreds of them. This is Rupkund Lake, often called Skeleton Lake, a small body of water lying more than 16,000 feet above sea level in the northern Indian state of Uttarakhand. It sits at the base of the Trisal Massif, surrounded by jagged peaks, howling winds, and long silences. For centuries, this lake remained a quiet enigma, rarely visited, its mystery preserved by its remoteness and the snow that shrouded its secrets. The discovery of bones at Rupkund is not new. Locals have long known that remains appear in the summer thaw. Some old tales spoke of an ill-fated royal pilgrimage, a queen and her entourage punished by the gods. Others suggested wandering armies caught in a blizzard, but it wasn't until the mid-20th century that the rest of the world began to take notice. In the year 1942, a British forest ranger named H.K. Madwell was surveying the area for the Nanda Devi Game Sanctuary when he came upon the lake and reported the presence of human skeletons in and around the frozen basin. His report stirred intrigue, but with the world consumed by the Second World War, the discovery fell into relative obscurity. It would take decades before scientists began to study the site in earnest. When they did, they were confronted by an unsettling reality. This wasn't the grave of a single lost group, but the resting place of hundreds. Scattered across the rocky shoreline and partially submerged in the lake's icy waters, the bones belonged to men, women, and even children. Some were well preserved by the cold, and many bore signs of trauma, particularly fractures to the skull. Initial hypotheses abounded. Perhaps they were soldiers from a forgotten war, retreating through the mountains and perishing in the cold. Perhaps they were victims of an epidemic, a caravan wiped out by sickness and left where they fell. Or perhaps, as local legend insisted, they were part of a royal procession caught in divine punishment for desecrating sacred ground. One of the earliest investigations into the bones took place in the 1950s, followed by more in the decades to come. Carbon dating conducted in the early 2000s placed the majority of the remains around the 9th century, specifically the year 800. This timing eliminated theories involving modern military campaigns. These were not soldiers lost in the service of empire, but travelers from an earlier, more mysterious time. Even more striking were the injuries. Many of the skulls bore deep round fractures on the top of the craniums, as though they had been struck with blunt objects from directly above. This pattern was consistent across dozens of skeletons. At first it was believed they might have been attacked, perhaps ambushed from a higher position in the mountains. But no signs of weapons or battle wounds were found. There was no evidence of warfare. As research progressed, one hypothesis began to stand out. In 2004, a study concluded that the injuries were caused by something far less violent and yet equally lethal: hailstones. Massive hailstones. According to this theory, the people who died at Rupkund were caught in an intense hailstorm. The size and weight of the hail were so severe that it caused fatal head injuries. With no shelter on the open slopes, the victims would have had little protection. The jagged, uneven terrain would have made escape difficult. And in such thin air, at such a high altitude, exhaustion would have come quickly. The idea of a group of travelers, perhaps pilgrims, being caught in a freak hailstorm and dying en masse in the 9th century has a haunting simplicity, and it aligns with an ancient local legend. For generations, the people of the nearby villages told a story of King Jasdaval of Carnac and his pregnant queen, who journeyed to the Nanda Devi shrine high in the mountains. Accompanied by a large entourage, including dancers, servants and guards, the royal procession was said to have angered the mountain goddess with their revelry and disrespect. As punishment, a fierce storm of ice fell from the heavens, striking them down one by one. Their bones, the story says, were left to rest beside the sacred lake. Whether or not this tale contains truth, the notion of a divine storm aligns eerily with the scientific theory. Yet even this explanation, once widely accepted, has become less certain. In 2019, a new study added further complexity. Using advanced DNA analysis, researchers tested the remains of 38 individuals. The results were unexpected. While the majority of the skeletons matched a genetic profile consistent with South Asian ancestry, at least 14 individuals had Mediterranean ancestry, specifically related to present-day Crete and mainland Greece. Even more surprising was the discovery that these two distinct genetic groups did not die at the same time. Carbon dating revealed that the South Asian group perished sometime between the 7th and 10th centuries, aligning with the original 9th century estimate. However, the Mediterranean individuals died much later, between the 17th and 19th centuries. This finding shattered the notion that a single event had caused all the deaths at Rupkund. Instead, it suggested that people had died there in waves, separated by nearly 1,000 years. How did people from the Mediterranean end up dying at the same remote Himalayan lake centuries later? No documentation has ever been found of Greek or Mediterranean pilgrims making such journeys to the Indian Himalayas. Their presence is entirely unexplained. And why they too died at the lake, whether from exposure, altitude sickness, or another freak storm, remains unknown. Equally puzzling was the apparent absence of kinship among those who died together. DNA revealed no close familial relationships within either group, meaning these were not families traveling together, but possibly strangers or loosely connected communities. To this day, Rupkund Lake refuses to yield a clear answer. It offers fragments of stories, scattered across stone and snow, bones in shallow water, worn sandals turned to dust, metal rings and wooden artifacts preserved in the cold. There is no single grave, no communal burial. The skeletons lie where they fell, shaped by the elements, scattered by time. The lake itself is not large, less than 200 feet across at its widest, but its presence is commanding. The wind never seems to stop there, clouds move quickly over the peaks, sunlight appears and disappears in minutes. To stand at the edge of Rupkund is to feel the immense weight of isolation, the knowledge that no one simply passes through this place. You either arrive deliberately, or not at all. Despite its remote location, the lake now draws curious trekkers during the short window when the trail is passable, usually between June and September. They come to see the bones for themselves, to walk among the remains of lives long ended, to wonder at the silence. The site is protected, but not sealed. Each year, erosion, tourism, and the passage of time shift the remains further. What is visible today may vanish tomorrow. Efforts are ongoing to preserve what remains. Archaeologists, anthropologists, and historians continue to study the site, hoping to uncover more about who these people were, why they were there, and how they met their end. Yet the further we look, the more the mystery deepens. Was Rupkund Lake a pilgrimage site, sacred and deadly, visited across centuries? Were there multiple tragedies, separated by time, but bound by the same brutal landscape? Were the Mediterranean individuals travelers on some forgotten mission, traders, missionaries, or wanderers who lost their way? Or was it chance? A convergence of stories, a graveyard built not by intention, but by misfortune. In the silence of the Himalayan wind, there are no answers. Only bones, water, and the echo of 1,000 years. The story of Rupkund Lake reminds us that even the most peaceful places can carry a history of sorrow, that stillness can hide struggle, and that in the quiet of the mountains, some secrets are never meant to be fully understood. They simply remain. And so, we arrive at the end of our quiet exploration, where ancient ruins, sunken cities, and silent stones continue to whisper across the ages. Mysteries like these may never be fully solved, and perhaps that's what makes them so powerful. They invite us to pause, to wonder, and to remember that the world is still full of questions without answers. If you enjoyed this journey into the forgotten corners of history, consider subscribing. There are many more stories like these waiting to be uncovered, quiet, strange, and endlessly fascinating. Until next time, rest well, and thank you for watching.